The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
'Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
'Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
'Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
'Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the world you're connecting to us from. Wherever it's the morning, good morning. Where it's afternoon, good afternoon. And good evening for those who are enjoying the evening. Welcome to Healing Our Earth's first vegan vegetarian session for 2023. Today on the 29th of January, again, 2023. Now, as you know, before we begin each session, we always like to bring in a little bit of positivity. So I'm going to start with a small mantra, the Gayatri mantra. You may wish to use any affirmation, any prayer, any positive wish within your heart so that our world heals fully and completely from the pandemic, so that peace and harmony and happiness may prevail on our planet, and may we look for a brighter, better, bigger, greener, more sustainable tomorrow. So let's all sit comfortably and easily, and let us all close our eyes. Let's center ourselves with a long, deep breath in. Slowly breathe out. One more centering breath in. And just drop everything and let go. I will be saying the Gayatri mantra 3 times. You may wish to say any prayer, any affirmation that you hold within your heart. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Keeping our eyes closed, let's hold one small prayer, wish, affirmation for happiness and peace on this earth. I will say one Loka Samasta. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Very slowly, very gradually, taking your own time, as and when you feel whole, centered, and complete, you may very gently take a deep, long breath in and slowly breathe out. And very, very gently, you may open your eyes. And welcome back for those of you who have just hopped on. Welcome to our 173rd episode at Healing Our Earth, 2023's first vegan and vegetarian kitchen. And boy, oh boy, do we have a surprise in store for all of you. We have a wonderful topic. We have a beautiful budding chef on board. We have excellent speakers. So do stay on with us. And before we go any further, I'd like to introduce you to our host for this afternoon, Kiran Robinson, a very dynamic vivacious lady who has many accolades. Kiran was born in India with a career span of over 30 years in the hospitality industry, and that to over 3 continents. She started her journey in my own Hong Kong. She's the chef, an entrepreneur, and founder of the niche brand Taza Foods. She's a food futuristic stylist, very good at concept designing, and a wedding planner. These have all been parts of her commissions, and she was successfully receiving IFB government tenders as well. This dynamic lady was offered the role of hospitality, food services, and operations, managing the executive dining room in a very famous hospital, in fact, one of the top hospitals in the San Francisco Bay Area in California, where they were serving 10,000 employees. Yes, that's quite a number, 10,000 employees daily for 17 years. Kiran was instrumental in the planning and opening of the new state-of-the-art hospital in the Palo Alto area of California. This wonderful lady gives back, and she's the co-founder of the Malawi Children's Mission, which was launched in 2007 till present. They serve vulnerable children, provide nutrition, education, healthcare, and life skills. How beautiful is that? Kiran is a very empowering lady. She's focused on community building. She works with chefs and women entrepreneurs, and her mission is to impart her excellence in hospitality through the mediums of speaking, reading, writing, and coaching. She's currently based in Luxembourg, where she wrote her first book, Seva, The Art of Hospitality, a must-read, I must say so, which was launched in November 2021. Now, if you wish to learn more about this wonderful dynamic lady who has so many accolades, I could go on and on about her, just log on to www.kiranrobinson.com. A very, very warm global namaste to you, Kiran. It's so nice to see you. I must wish you, because you're from Hong Kong, a very happy Chinese New Year. Kong Gai Fat Choi, may the year of the rabbit bring hopping joy and happiness to all of us.
Kunge Fat Choi, Seema, it's so lovely to see you. It has been a while. Thank you for that lovely intro and welcome. A global namaste to you. Very, very warm welcome to you. Thank you for having me here with you today.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this session.
Yeah, same here.
Because it's been a while, we've been traveling, we've been away.
Yes.
And we hadn't had our vegan vegetarian kitchen. And it's such a joy to be back.
Absolutely. I'm trusting that you had a wonderful Christmas and New Year's, all the holidays.
Indeed, I did. I was away in India. It was wonderful. Yes.
Seema, when we start, we just can't stop. But just for the benefit of our viewers, not that you need any intro, but may I just go ahead and do that in case we have some new buddies who don't know you. So let me just do a little formal introduction here. Seema Bhatia. Seema was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya. Her culinary interests developed at an early age, founded on a family food business. Extensive travels in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia have allowed her to follow her culinary passions and grow her knowledge on the effects of food on the mind and body. Using secret skills handed down from her lovely grandmother to granddaughter with the belief that you are what you eat. And she draws from that ancient practices of Ayurveda and Mayan. Wisdom, the Mayan wisdom curating health, healing spice blends, and other well-being foods. One's thought process and method briefing can positively or negatively impact one's mental and physical health. Seema is a qualified breath, water, and sound teacher with the art of living. Her intertwine of diet, breathwork, meditation, and self-care prescriptions nourish the mind, body, and soul, and put one on a journey of greater well-being, allowing one to live their life to the fullest. Seema has successfully shared the skills and knowledge with corporates and individuals over many years in Hong Kong and Singapore, and is now based in Oxford.
Well, I was based in
You
Oxford,
were
I
based
must
in
say,
Oxford,
and
but
now I'm based in the lovely, buzzing city of London,
of London, absolutely.
which gives me so much joy to live in. And we're
Absolutely.
enjoying London and the cold.
But I think it has absolutely worked for you, from what I see. You love it and it loves you. And Seema, you're totally passionate about music and dance, and you enjoy producing and hosting kitchen episodes, and hence you are here. And what a delight it is to have you here and host together with you today.
It's so lovely to have you on board with us, Kiran, and as producer of the kitchen episode, you also fundamentally contribute in such a big way to all these episodes, bringing your expertise and your knowledge on board. It's so empowering to have a woman with a wealth of information like yourself to be here with us and
Thank you.
lead us in this show. It's fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all of the same mindset. That's why we're so attracted to each other, aren't we?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Awesome.
And moving on, Kiran, we have a very, very interesting concept ahead of us today, don't we?
We do indeed, and we're definitely going to share our knowledge with all of our viewers. But before we do that, we do have a lovely cooking vegan vegetarian episode here today, don't we? And I don't know if Alicia is here. Have you seen her
We're
around?
still waiting for her, and she has a great surprise in store for us for today. And
Yeah,
Alicia has actually moved from the UK to India now.
right.
And I had the great opportunity of meeting up with her and a wonderful family in New Delhi.
Yes,
And
that's right. You were there.
Yes,
So tell us a little bit about your time in Delhi, just for our viewers to get acquainted with what you were doing.
So my time in Delhi was a gift from the universe. A gift from God.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Delhi with my family, with my mom's brother and my aunt, who's a gem of a person who spoils me rotten. Yeah. And they run a fantastic ecotourism resort, which is between Gurgaon, which is in Haryana, which borders Delhi, and Faridabad. So it's in the Mangar village. And they run an NGO there by the name of Laksh Foundation. Mm-hmm. And I want to say this because it's very close to my heart. Lakshmi was the name of my nani, my grandmother, and my aunt named it after my grandmother. So that's very touching for all of us. Mm-hmm. And they grow all organic produce. They're very sustainable. So they have their own dairy, where they only serve A2 milk, where they only have A2 milk from the cows. They make their own ghee, they make their own butter. The cows are fed on, purely a vegetarian, vegan diet. They're brushed, they're looked after, they're babied, they're healthy. And it's so ethical. The practices are so ethical in the context that the baby cow is always fed the mother's milk before the cow is milked. So they don't take that away from the baby, And my aunt is very holistic. So they grow mustard, they grow radishes, in season produce. We call it kali gajar in Hindi. We say the dark red carrots. Mm-hmm. They grow beetroots. They grow spinach. They had an abundance of arugula or rocket on the farm. And I was enjoying this fresh produce straight out from the farmland. So literally, if I wanted to have a radish, I'd just tell the farmer, can you pull out a radish for me? And it was crisp and it was bursting with that freshness, with that burst of water that you get in your mouth when you bite into a radish. Fresh, organic. And she goes to the farmers markets on Sundays, where they serve village cuisine made from this produce.
Oh, wow.
So they serve fantastic millet bread, bajra roti, sarson ka saag, which is a traditional Punjabi North Indian favorite, which is mustard greens cooked with a little bit of radish or turnip and given a tempering of ghee and spices. Kadhi, we call it kadhi in Kenya, or curry in Punjabi, with the fritters, the pakoras, which are synonymous to Sindhi cuisine very much so in Hong Kong. From all my Hong Kong Sindhi friends out there who are watching, I miss all your pakoras, and they put the
Going back
pakoras.
but Seema, going back to the farm, you were just like down to the basics, weren't you?
It was literally going back to basics.
So it was literally like from ground to mouth,
Ground, farm to table.
Yeah. So
Literally.
what was that experience like for you? Did it give you
Kiran,
insight
I was there
and
for
ideas
5 weeks. Sorry to cut you
5
short.
weeks?
This is so
Yeah.
because I had gone for some work as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say that I was sleeping in nature.
Yeah.
With the sounds of the owls at night and the birds in the morning.
Right.
I was breathing the most freshest, uncontaminated air because we were away from all the Delhi pollution and eating the freshest produce. I
Okay.
think my energy levels went up.
Yeah, sure.
There was a lot more prana, a lot more life force energy. The whole place is buzzing with life force energy.
Mhm.
Literally, I have to confess, enjoying that farm to table produce, literally straight out of the Cape or the shamba, as we call it in Swahili, or the farm, the little farming patch onto our table was the best. It took me back to my grandmother and her
Right.
farm, how we used to eat when we used to visit her farm in India. It literally took me back to basics.
Inspiration? Did you get ideas of what,
Lots of ideas, lots of recipes, lots of ideas, lots of ancient methods of cooking. Now they have they have what we call a chakki over there, and they mill their own flour.
Right.
And they grow ragi there, which is.
Did you get a chance to use the chakki?
No, I didn't. But I saw the ladies do it, and so they mill their own spices. So they literally do what my grandmother used to do.
Right. So you must have collected a lot of pictures and stories.
I have some pictures, and very, of course, stories of my grandmother, stories from my uncle, my maternal uncle, sharing with us, how his mother lived on the farm. So how my mom actually lived. Which is something we may have forgotten along the way. She might have shared it with us when we were younger. But stories of how my mother lived and how my grandmother used to grow sugarcane, wheat, all the vegetables, lentils,
I'm getting goosebumps just listening to you.
Yeah, it's amazing. And
5 weeks, was it a healing experience for you?
It was the best thing I did for myself in my entire life.
Yeah.
And
it opens up your mind, doesn't it?
It opens up your mind, and the beauty of it is you're so in tune with nature.
Yes, exactly.
When you're there, you're so in tune with nature. So you're not only nourishing yourself physically with the produce, you're nourishing your mind, your body, and your spirit as well.
Yes.
I had a lot of quiet time.
Yeah.
And silence, which gives you a lot of time to sit back, meditate, reflect, and think about things and think about.
And that timing, that was a time of reflection, wasn't it? Here, the year is closing and you're embarking on a new year.
Absolutely.
So perfect time.
Very powerful time of the day to implement those resolutions as well, for the new year. Yeah. And what really caught my eye there, besides, the lovely food that we enjoyed, is the organic produce. So my aunt composts everything.
Right.
Every vegetable is composted. She
Mhm.
has this composting bin in the house, and they have it in the outside kitchen as well. The outside kitchen is the catering kitchen for the events and everything.
Mhm.
The inside kitchen is the sacred home kitchen. So
Wonderful.
everything gets collected: tea leaves, carrot peel, onion skins, you name it. And it's composted with cow dung
Mhm.
because they have cows.
Mhm.
And that goes into the beds, the farming beds. They also do vermiculture, with
Can
the
you educate
worms.
us a little bit on that?
So I don't know much about it, but all I know is that when they had the compost, they put the worms in and they'd aerate the soil. This is what my aunt told me, to make the soil more. I'd say more the word I use is nutritious or more better for the vegetables.
Right.
To provide a better feeding ground for the vegetables.
Yeah, and I believe it's a certain type of bacteria as well going in to enhance the soil,
My aunt mentioned something along those
Yeah,
lines.
because my
She's the
son-in-law
expert.
does that.
I've been asking her to come on board and speak with us actually
That
about
would
her
be lovely.
farm. She's so busy. She's so busy, but she's very holistic. And the beauty of the farm is you get a lot of time to live very holistically. You're enjoying all this wonderful farm to table produce. It's organic, it's unadulterated, there's no chemical
Mhm.
used whatsoever. They're totally a no-no. It's an ecotourism resort. And you can literally sit back and you can even have someone come in and give you a massage.
Oh,
You can have a
okay.
lovely,
Yeah, good for
detoxifying
you.
massage. Or if you want, you could really, I'm big on Ayurveda and Ayurvedic cosmetology and beauty. So, we would, my little cousin and I would sit and we would make our own scrubs.
Oh.
So we had leftover coffee grounds because we both love to drink percolated coffee. And we would, get the sugar and get the cold pressed coconut oil, because you won't get anything but cold pressed oil in my aunt's farm. You won't get anything but organic ghee. Everything is a no-no, literally no plastic bags allowed. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, you're in trouble if you bring plastic. So much so that my aunt has stopped carrying her fancy handbags. She's so simple. She'll be wearing the best of sari to be
And then
dressed,
have
but actually a big
a tote
cotton
bag
bag
and
or
yeah,
a tote bag. And she'll grumble
love
even
it.
if there's a little bit of leather in the shoes. She's like, oh no. Can you
Yeah.
think of the animal that gave their life for the shoe and everything?
But it's all about sustainability, isn't it?
All about
I
sustainability.
mean, that's the change that I'm going through. I don't even want to buy bags anymore, and really just carry a tote and go out and put what I need, on my ventures and call it a day. But by sustainability here, I actually mean the sense of buying less,
Less is more.
Yeah,
Less
not
is more
cluttering
in many ways.
spaces with more and more and more, yeah.
Less is more in so many ways.
Mhm.
And as I say that, when I see my mommy, Ela mommy, her name's Ela Lumba, and for those of you who are really inspired with this conversation, the farm's name is Laksh Farms. It's in the Munger village. They run an NGO where they educate all the children over there, like your Malawi's Children Mission, Kiran.
Yeah.
And it's a great ecotourism resort. They have these mud huts.
Mhm.
So they're made with the clay, they're handmade mud huts. And as you enter the huts, they're done up 5-star. So they have an air conditioner, they have a heater, they have hot water, they have all the Rajasthani beautiful soft furnishings, gorgeous furniture, and you can go and stay literally in the midst, on the foot of the Aravali Mountains.
How beautiful.
The Aravlis, and you can just enjoy the freshest air. They have a fig tree which doesn't get pollinated because it's a Goan fig tree. And my mama was telling me, I said, so don't you get figs here? He said, no. I said, why? He says, because there's one particular fly that has to come and pollinate this tree. And that flies from Goa. And this is a Goan fig tree, but it was so beautiful. It's in the center of the farm. They grow mangoes. Custard apples.
You're painting such a beautiful picture here. Do you happen to have a website so our viewers can?
Laksh Farms. I think it's www.lakshfarms.org or lakshfarms.com. I'll come back with that.
Yeah,
as we go along.
Please do.
And And the ladies do folk dancing when they have the events. You know, the ladies of the Munger village, when they have lunch events, people book the place. They come for lunch. They enjoy a day out. Schools bring the children to learn organic farming. They have rabbits there. They have hens there. They can feed the rabbits. They can feed the cows. It's so cute.
Yeah.
And then the women will do this folk dance. They show you how to make those bajra rotis by hand. You know, they literally do it. It's chefs come there and take pictures. They're so inspired with everything there.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
And everything goes back to nature. That's what's beautiful.
Are
And
they feeding masses? Sorry, are they feeding masses, or is it more controlled? And
they feed the children in the school. They provide a nutrient-dense diet for the children. They
Yeah.
provide education. You know, they provide different life skills and everything for the children. I would say pretty much a lot of the village is looked after by my aunt and uncle because they are providing employment.
Sure. Yeah, that's important. Yeah.
Great employment, and they really look after everybody. You know, so they're feeding their whole staff on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And with nutrient-dense organic produce straight from farm to table. How does it get better than that, Kiran?
No, it doesn't. I mean, you're providing employment here, you know, you're giving out opportunities, and then there's the education part, and then the tourism, and it just goes round and round, you know. So
and they have,
that's
they have the schools that come in,
Yeah.
the children come in, they play with the bunny rabbits, they feed the cows, they plant a vegetable, they plant a little, a little tree, or they do something that makes them really feel good that they've contributed to the climate, to the atmosphere, to sustainability.
Absolutely.
In so many ways.
Just giving of themselves in a huge way. That's amazing and so rewarding, you know.
Very, very, it was a great experience. I could go on and on and on about it.
Yeah.
But those 5 weeks were like a real gift for me. Get away from the city life and just be on a farm. And for those of you who haven't experienced going out in the wilderness or just living on the farm and just connecting with nature, it is such a great reboot for your mind, body, and spirit. Really is.
Yeah. And we all need that self-care, that mental awareness, that healing. Yeah, you have to be connected with nature. Absolutely.
And my aunt, I call her, my mommy, she's just such a lovely lady. I call her an earth mama. She's an earth mama completely. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. Thank you all for listening to my nice long story about my trip to India. I'll bring the website up in a bit. I'll have it pulled up on a bit.
It would be nice to share with those. I'm sure they're all fascinated now after hearing your story.
It's a beautiful place.
And the weather was good for you?
The weather was Delhi winter, so we had sunny, crisp mornings. The night times get a bit chilly.
Sure.
And so we'd all cuddle, my cousin and I would just cuddle up together, and we'd be chatting together. She's a very sweet girl. So we'd be chatting, and she's actually a script writer for television serials and movies in India. We'd cuddle up and we just share stories, and we'd enjoy lovely cups of tea or a cup of coffee, and we just chat, and it's very cozy time.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. So what do we have next going on, Seema?
We have a wonderful topic of discussion coming up, today, and you're going to be educating us on several facets, Kiran. And I wanted to say I've been reading your food fashion series on your Substack, your articles, and how food and fashion is correlated, and how the chefs are moving more towards food being fashionable and trends that are actually synergizing with the new wave of thought, I should say, and the essential wave of thought on how we can have more sustainable food, how we can contribute to the current climate crisis that is going on in our world, which is a huge topic of discussion.
Yeah, we'll dive into that in a little later after we bring Alicia in, and
yes, indeed.
talk a little more deeply about that.
I'd like to share what Alicia's doing as she's going to be joining us soon.
Yeah.
Alicia has moved back to Delhi, and she's been, delving into all these mind, body, soul retreats. And, as you know, she's a great vegan vegetarian cook.
Yeah.
And she's a mini version of my Earth Mama auntie. That's what I say.
Yeah, and she graduated last year, almost towards the end of last year, didn't she? What a great
Indeed.
achievement. We're so proud of her.
I am so proud of her, and she's got so much to offer our world with her wealth of knowledge at such a young age.
Yeah.
And
You know what, since you touched on that, I'm just going to go ahead and introduce us so our viewers know who exactly we're talking about. How does that?
Perfect. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, so they have an idea. So Alicia is a 24-year-old psychology master's graduate who is passionate about mental and physical well-being. Born and brought up in Delhi, India, and moved to the UK, where Alicia lived for 8 years, developing her passion for cooking. Having moved back to India recently, she has dived into her roots, learning about the health benefits of using naturopathic and Ayurvedic teachings to keep herself healthy through clean and conscious eating. Incorporating plants, healing herbs, fasting, and intuitive eating has helped her improve the quality of her life tremendously. She shares her experience through her social media page at plantbite_ and through her new project, Wind Song Wellness Retreat. Isn't that beautiful? Wind Song Wellness Retreat. You have to check her out. A space where she has carefully curated wellness programs targeted towards holistic living and sustainable long-term wellness. After healing her autoimmune eczema through her gut cleansing eating and lifestyle habits, she encourages others also to live a life of mindfulness and believes that life of quality is something everyone deserves to have. I certainly do. Whoops.
You mentioned her Wind Song retreat, so she did share some pictures with me. She will be joining us soon at 3 p.m. today.
Yeah.
So she shared some pictures of her Wind Song retreat with me. First thing I told her, I said, name is wonderful. And it's in the mountains in India, in Manali, and they do yoga and meditation and holistic cooking. I wish I could have done it on this trip, but I was strapped for time. So I had other things going on. But Karen, we should go together.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say we should trek there together, go to your aunt's and go to Alicia's place and just make a lovely holiday of it,
And film everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. And really, I had a few videos of the farm, which I'm going to pull up, and maybe we could share them a little later. Yeah. So I'm just gathering them all together.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to say is that what amazed me in India is the amount of awareness that's popping up. And I think I have to say this in all fairness worldwide, towards organic, sustainable produce.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And in every Indian supermarket you go into, state-of-the-art Spencer's, whatever, in Delhi, they'll have a section of, let's say, lentils and legumes, for example. One will be non-organic. It's huge. They have organic ghee, organic A2 ghee, organic milk, organic lentils, organic spices. you know, and a lot of them are very ethical in the context that they even tell you where they're from. You know, they're from the small village where the ladies are actually pounding the spices, and of course they might be a little more expensive, you know, because it's a smaller business and it's more sacred, but you know where it's coming from.
Mm. I'm really touched and really proud to see how far they've come. You know, it's like they have really delved into the whole. Yes, this is available to us. Yes, by nature and by who we are. You know, having been being Indians, we have been exposed to this all our lives. I'm talking about spices and the organic ghees and milks and things like that. So yes, we do have a step into it already, so to speak. However, that doesn't mean it's easy. But we want to join forces. We are going to jump into this, and we want to be able to help, like you say, promoting it and packaging it and
Yes.
labeling it and saying, here we are, you know, this is what we have to offer now. Now you can take, and everything is already made easy for you. So there's no, oh, we can't do this, or we can't make this because we don't know what it is, and B, where to get it from. Now it's readily available, you know. And like I said, all prepackaged and labeled for everyone's consumption, and easy to understand, you know.
Yes, and of course, more and more people are more aware and reading labels a lot more these days. You know, where is it from? What does it have in it? What additives? What preservatives, etc. People are moving towards a more real way of life. People are. I mean, there is still room for many of us to change.
Absolutely. And it's not, I mean, the focus and the whole thing doesn't fall on the farmers. You know, then you have people who can do the marketing and the distributing, the technology comes, and there are lots and lots of players involved in this arena, wouldn't you say? It doesn't have to be the onus on the farmers, right?
Absolutely. There are a lot of players involved in this arena. You know, this, as we're discussing this, I can't help, I know I'm diversifying a little bit, but I can't help but come back to your article on Substack on food fashion, and how beautifully a friend of yours who's in the clothing business dyed up silks with spices, with the warmth of spices, you know, and all the colors and everything as
That
food
was
being
Zenia. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, tell us more about
So the reason,
your article and the reason why you wrote about
the
fashion.
reason I wrote the article was I thought it was time, you know, just for maybe different demographics, you know, just to bring them on board and share the knowledge that we know now. And I thought it would be fun, rather than delivering point blank points, for lack of a better word, about the whole climate change and all of that. I thought it would be fun, since I'm a lifestyle contributor, to share it as food fashion, you know, under the title food fashion. It was such a success, even from food technology companies, that I decided, yes, you know, I will do another one. So I did phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Turned out to be 3 articles, and then just the comparisons of how fashion takes us everywhere. You know, we're naturally intrigued by fashion and change, and to see where it's going. So why not marry the food concept into that and bring in climate change, you know, style it up a bit. And it was hugely popular. I had so much fun doing it. And the comments that I got from a lot of my readers, it was truly encouraging, you know. And that's why on today's platform, I thought we could bring some of that back today as we, after Alicia, as we talk about climate change and what food does to us, and then we'll broach on sustainability. And I know we're going to have a gallery of panelists of our friends on Healing Our Earth, and just invite them and have their contributions to this subject and see what everybody is doing. I'm excited, and I know you are too, Seema. We have certainly talked about this and touched on it, is that the fact that though as educators and food masters, it is our duty, our job to educate the world. But what I'm excited and happy about is to see how many people are involved already, and the fact that they want to be involved and want to learn and pass this knowledge on, and not just pass it on, but to be totally invested in it and say, yes, hands up, I'm game. I want to be involved in this, and I'm going to do my best.
We speak, we're going to have, of course, a whole a role of panelists who are going to come on board and ask questions and give their contributions. And we also encourage our viewers worldwide, come on board, share your expertise, share your knowledge, share your views. If you have some questions, we will try to answer to the best of our abilities. It is a topic that needs to be addressed. We don't have time. That's the reality. And there is an urgency in this situation. It's being addressed worldwide. It's new, I'd call it a new hot topic, and
well, a good hot topic. It's
a very good hot topic,
Very
good hot topic. And what I see is the children are very aware. And I also see them faced with a little bit of anxiety as well, that what is our tomorrow going to be?
Yeah, but it's funny you mentioned children. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So I was talking to my grandsons yesterday, and my 6-year-old grandson says, well, Nani, basically, we have in our school, and I am the what do you call it? I'm the hero. I'm like, what hero are you? Sorry, what was that? I'm the eco here. Thanks, honey. That was my husband. Thanks, Sean.
Oh, bless him.
He's prompting me.
Bless him.
The eco hero. And I'm like, the who hero? Eco hero. Like, Callan, what does an eco hero do? Well, we just pick up all the trash and we put it in the trash can, and there are separate trash cans for different things. So I'm wearing the cape, I'm the hero, and I'm an eco hero. I was like, oh my gosh, this just happened yesterday. I said, go for it.
So amazing. How old is he?
6. He just turned 6.
Wow.
So you can see that even the kids can be involved, want to be involved, if you give them a concept tied in with a little excitement and adventure, and they're in.
The schools are bringing that element of playfulness into it, to educate the children. So it becomes a game through which they learn. If you look around you, in the bookstores, for example, there are these little cards for children now, on being what you say an eco warrior, really.
Right.
On cards on how to save the planet, on how to grow a tree, on how to,
plant more trees.
And there are books with these little stories. And, we didn't have that. The time when we were growing up, the world was moving to more convenience-based stuff.
Sure.
We've actually done it to ourselves. We introduced plastic. And now we want to move away from a plastic. We want a more plastic-free world, because it's affecting it's affecting the sea animals. It's affecting so many ecosystems worldwide. So there's so much.
It's all about policies, right? So I have made a note about plastic and facts and numbers. We won't go into that now, but the fact that plastic was readily available for us. It was cheap, and it was like, here's a bag, you go shopping, here's a bag, and here's another bag, and then we'd come home and then we'd have heaps of bags. But now you can see people are like, no. Then it became charging for each bag, to eliminate the whole plastic concept. And now it's just like, no, no plastic at all. Bring your own bag. You know.
Yeah, yeah. It
That's it.
takes a while to transition, you know.
Mhm.
It also comes with awareness.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're doing our utmost, and we will carry on doing this as long as people are made aware and conscious of the fact of what we're doing and want to listen in. I think we can make it work.
Of course we
It can
can.
happen. Yeah.
Of course we can. I mean, there's so much to talk about. And I see our wonderful Alicia has come on board. She's come straight from Delhi.
Hi,
Hello.
Alicia. Warm welcome
Global
to Delhi.
Namaste.
How are you?
Global
Global
Namaste,
Namaste.
Alicia.
Global Namaste. Thank you for having me. So good to see you again and be back on Healing Our Earth after such a while. Such a pleasure to be here.
You are amazing. Thank you. Happy New Year, Kumi.
Happy New Year.
I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yes, Happy New Year.
You
And-
well? Family's well?
Yes, all well, thank you. How are all of you doing?
Nice
Good.
to see you again, Alicia. After a couple of weeks, we met recently in Delhi and
Yes,
enjoyed the
yes, we
crisp
did.
sunshine. I was speaking to them about the farm and the produce and you've been to the farm once or twice
Yes,
before,
yes.
right?
Yes, I went for the first time when I saw you there. I
Oh,
hadn't
so-
been before.
So it was your mom's second visit, that means, because your mom's
Okay,
been
yeah.
there before. Okay, tell us
Probably, yes.
share your experience with Kiran and I, because we were speaking about the farm earlier, just for our
Yeah.
viewers to get a feel of how you felt over there.
Yeah,
Alicia,
it was-
I took the liberty of sharing your bio, but before
Oh.
you came on, but I was wondering if you don't mind sharing your new project, the Windsong Wellness Retreat. I love the name. So if you just share a little bit about that, we would be so grateful.
Thank you for the plug. Appreciate it. Yes, of course. I'm working on a new project, and we have a family home in the hills in Kasoli, and my grandfather had actually named it Windsong. And so I wanted to create a concept where we run wellness programs over there, because I feel that we have so much to offer. The space had so much to offer, and especially now, I think people are really struggling with work-life balance, stress, conscious living, and just wellness and well-being overall, that we wanted to create dedicated programs to different, leading towards different outcomes, health outcomes and things like that, and put them together and deliver them. So that's what we did. And yeah, I'm so
And
excited.
where did the inspiration for that beautiful name come from?
The inspiration for Windsong was actually a name given by my grandfather. He had named the property when we had first built it about 12 or 13 years ago. And and he's an author, and we had just asked for his input, and he came up with the lovely name Windsong. And just to play off on the words, I went for Windsong Wellness Retreat. Sorry, there's a light flickering.
He's trying to say something to you.
I know. Yeah, I'll turn that off maybe if that's distracting. Sorry.
Sure, no worries.
Okay,
There you
I'm
go.
back.
There you go.
Right. Sorry, I could see that through the camera as
Yeah.
well, and it was distracting to me. So sorry about that.
No
But yeah, we're basically delivering wellness programs, and everything we talk about over here, on our on this lovely platform that Neilji has given us, we share pretty much all of that and put it into action over there and deliver our programs. So it's been wonderful.
Bravo. Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and just about started. So it's a new project. So I'm really
I
looking
wish you
forward to it.
all the best, much
Thank
success here. I mean, this is something that you're doing for the people, bringing wellness and healing for many people. This is awesome. It's
Yes, thank you.
essentially a healing place, a
Yeah.
playground where they can come and be made whole and new again. That's all.
Yes, and I think being so close to nature and being amongst it, you have no other choice but to, almost be a part of it in a way
Yeah.
and allow that to guide you and
Mhm.
feel grounded. And, I think that's what we wanted because the place I feel has so much to offer. I think any place which has, an abundance of trees and wildlife around and nature and, your local, we've teamed up with, for example, local farms that do organic produce. And I heard you talking about sustainability as well a little bit earlier before I came on. And
Mhm.
and so we're trying to be as sustainable as possible. I really wanted to develop something that would be mindful of all of these things. So we're giving back to the farmers and the community living there by buying their produce and supporting them. And we are getting better health outcomes as a result of it. And not just in terms of health, I mean, even the taste of the food is that much better. And I mean, it's just been lovely, really, to be able to do yoga outside and sit in the sun and soak in, every moment. And also, I think do specialized programs where we have the facilitators coming in. I wanted to team up with people who have that wisdom to share, and so they are entirely running the programs. I'm doing the food and nutrition side of it.
Absolutely.
But
Alicia, if I may, I'm going to connect you with a very good friend of mine from Stanford. I did her article 2 articles ago, or one article ago, and it was a huge success, by the way, if I may say so myself. I'm going to connect you with her right away, and she's opened just one of these wellness centers out in the Santa Cruz property in California. New and budding, and just what you said now about connecting programs, it's exactly what she's diving into. I think you guys will, learn a lot from each other. You seem to have the same type of thinking. So after this, I'll definitely send you an email, connect you guys.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, great.
know-
Absolutely. I think that's what it's about as well, connecting with people through healing and through wellness and creating a community, I guess, of, all of us. So that's what we had been.
And what do you see, what role do you see yourself contributing to here?
To the retreat or to
Yes, to the retreat.
to the retreat, the role that I contribute is I I make sure everything runs smoothly, I guess, all the programs run smoothly, the organization and food, is a big thing for me. I want to be able to provide and put on healthy meals and options. For example, it's not entirely vegan, it's vegetarian. But we've teamed up. I mean, the dairy that we get is from local farms and the local cows. We've gone and seen how they're taken care of and, the medicinal values, of that dairy as opposed to manufactured dairy and so on and so forth. So the role that I play, I guess, is bringing all of that and educating our guests and, having these informational talks and making sure that everything runs smoothly.
So you're like the general manager,
Yes, yeah. Yes.
I love it. I love it.
I wanted to hand over the programs to people who, wanted the space to be able to run these types of programs. And so I've pretty much left it all to them. And I do food, nutrition, and all the organization. That's kind of what I do. So,
But Alicia, you've had a couple of very successful retreats already. I'm aware of that because they were running while I was in India when we met.
yes.
And
Yes.
it's amazing how many people are so ready to embrace a lifestyle change.
Yeah, absolutely. I think people are actually looking for something like this, but didn't know they needed it in a way,
Yes, I shared pictures. Karen, she shared pictures, and I was telling you the retreats in Manali, sorry, the retreats in Kasoli. That's right, I remember now. And she shared pictures with me of the retreats and then the trees and the sunshine. And I think you're in a yoga pose or something, Alicia.
Oh, beautiful.
There.
I want to see those too.
And I think you shared some pictures of the food as well and some information on the workshops that were being conducted.
Yeah.
And the place is so beautiful, it's very pretty, I have to admit.
Please come whenever
Well,
you
then
you
I'd love to. I would have, you kept telling me to come this time, I know, but it just,
Yeah,
uh, I was so caught up with
I know. No, it's
something
I
else. So
it's open for the Heal and Oral family, of course, anytime. So
bless you. So sweet. Yes,
Exciting.
and you were saying you run them for a program 1 week or 2 weeks, your retreats.
there are different time frames. It depends on the program. So there's a 3-day program, a 5-day program, and there's a 10-day program.
So if we got a group of people together, we could register and come to your retreats, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. We look
Yes.
forward
Well,
to
we're
it.
excited. We're looking forward to this,
Thank you so much
Phenomenal.
for the kind words.
phenomenal.
Thank you.
So,
Maybe-
Alicia, not to change the subject, but welcome on board again and tell me what you're doing today for us.
Today, I am demoing a recipe. It's a vegan recipe, and our theme is a one-pot winter warmer.
Mhm.
I think with cooking and with creating meals at home from scratch and trying to be mindful, I think people really struggle with time and they struggle with convenience and comfort and those types of things. So I think sharing recipes like this is really essential. You have all your sort of big nutrient groups, your macros, your micros, all in one dish. And you can literally just put this one dish, this one meal on the table and make it in a sort of larger quantity than I am today. And it can pretty much feed the whole family. So that was the idea with this. And it's winter and it's cold these days. And I think everybody just needs a nice warm hug with the food that they eat. So that's what I had envisioned was this, as a winter warmer. Pumpkin.
I love the concept, but sorry, but would you say it's economical as well to do one of these one-pot winter wonders,
Absolutely. If anything, it is more economical, I feel, because it feeds the entire family and you're using things that are very low on cost as well. It requires a little bit of prep, like any meal. But it's just, there's nothing more economical than vegetables and dried lentils or pulses or things like that. You can buy them dried, they store for a long time, and you can soak and boil them like the chickpeas that we have here whenever you need to use them. And you can even you can even do the prep in advance a little bit with the chickpeas and leave them for whenever you need them. We sometimes store batches of chickpeas, cooked chickpeas, in the fridge, and we make things like hummus throughout the week, or we make chana at home, or we do so many different things, and it's a
Sure.
good source
But
of
even just from the wastage and sustainability point, it's a one-pot wonder. You're saving on power, heat,
Yes.
washing, water. So many different things, right? Yeah.
Right. Yes, thank you for that. That's a great point, actually. I didn't think of that, but yes.
I think Seema wanted to contribute. Seema, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think of course, you spoke about saving on power, heat, everything, because you're making one dish in one go. But it also seems very wholesome and nutrient dense. You've got the fiber from the chickpeas, you've got the nutrients from the vegetables, and you're adding a carb to this as well, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm adding black rice, which is highly nutritious. I can maybe try and bring it up close. I don't know if you can maybe
Yes,
see that.
please. That's what I found really interesting about this dish is you're incorporating black rice. Now, Kiran, in Asia, we have a lot of red and black rice, as you know. In Thailand, we can actually savor a mango sticky rice pudding, and they serve the black rice on the side, or the purple rice, as we call it. So give us a shot of the black rice and tell us more about your inspiration, why you chose black rice, what led you to choose something so unique but so good for you?
Sure. So black rice really, I mean, living in India or living anywhere, I feel, I try and seek out what is grown locally and what's available. Not only is it better, in terms of sustainability, but it's also better in terms of how good it is for you because it's that much fresher. It's come from a local source. You're more likely to trace where it's come from, and so the production and it's so nutrient dense. It's got higher antioxidant levels than white rice. It's got less starch. It's got a low glycemic index. It's got more fiber than white rice, and so for all those reasons, I chose black rice. I think these grains and pulses and veggies, really, you can swap anything out for whatever's locally available to you. I chose to go with black rice today because it's a nutrient powerhouse and it's grown locally in South India, but it's grown in the region of India as well.
And you know, my styling mind immediately goes to plating, that dark rice on the base, and then you pile it with, layer it essentially with the different colors of different ingredients. Wow, what a spectacular photograph that would make of the styling of the platter. I can't wait to see the end results on this one.
We talk about eating our rainbow, Kiran. We always talk
Yes.
about eating our rainbow through our foods. Now you can think of, you can have your carb staple, which has a low GI, as Alicia said. And I would assume that black rice has a very high iron content. Am I right?
It would definitely have more iron than I don't
Other
than
foods.
other carbs. Yes.
Other carbs. Okay, so you have this black rice, and then you have the vibrant yellow behind it, and you have the greens, and you can add in the indigo and the, violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, any
We'll wait for that.
color.
We'll wait patiently for that.
Amazing.
We're getting ahead of ourselves, right, Seema? We're just so excited.
It is. I'm so excited for this dish. I can't wait, Alicia.
We should let her start, huh?
I've been looking forward for this dish all week.
Really, me too.
Actually, Seemaji, this is actually inspired by your pumpkin khichdi, I must say. This actually, because we came to visit you in Oxford, for context and for the viewers, and you made us this wonderful pumpkin khichdi.
I did.
It was a South Indian style khichdi with mustard seed, tadka, and curry leaves, and that pumpkin flavor, I just remember I could not stop eating it. I kept going for seconds and thirds, and the same thing I was thinking about, that feeling of warmth and comfort. Which is why I decided to use pumpkin in this dish.
Bless you! I'm so touched. I'm so touched. So at least that very humble, simple, very easy, Kiran, I must admit, one pot, throw everything in together, pumpkin khichdi, led to such a great inspiration with black rice and vegetables and chickpeas. How wonderful is that? I feel so, so happy to hear this, Alicia.
Best dishes are invented in one of those days where you just you don't know what to do and you just throw everything in the pot and voila, you have something scrumptious.
It's so true. Your creative juices get flowing, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Alicia, I'm feeling hungry now.
Okay, I'll begin. Thank you for the introduction, and I'll walk through everything as we go, of course. And as you can see, I hope you can see all the ingredients. I mean, obviously, I have all the different colors here. So I have the vibrant. I went for a very ripe pumpkin, which is also generally sweeter, and I'm going to actually show you how I develop a lot of flavor with the pumpkin, which is a trick that I use for a lot of sweet vegetables like butternut squash, pumpkin, sweet potatoes and things like that. Rather than just boiling them down and cooking them down, what I actually tend to do is I caramelize them at the bottom of the pan first to release the sugar. So that's the first thing I'll be doing. So what you want to do is you want to come to a medium heat with your saucepan, and I'm going to be using everything over here is clean I'm going to be using olive oil, light olive oil, unrefined, to cook with, because I think olive oil is really essential in a dish like this, to bring out those extra flavors. But I don't cook with extra virgin olive oil because I feel, it kind of kills the nutritional value of extra virgin olive oil when you cook with it. So I go for the light olive oil. And essentially what this is when they cold press the olive oil, you get the first batch of that really dark green extra virgin olive oil. Then you get the ones lighter in color. So this is a great one to cook with because it's one of the lighter olive oils. So I'm going to use about 1 teaspoon to begin with of olive oil. And I'm going to let that heat up slightly. And the thing I'm going to do first is caramelize the pumpkin a little bit. And this, and that's why you want your pan on a medium, not high heat. You don't want to burn the pumpkin, but a medium to high heat so that it caramelizes nicely and develops flavor at the bottom of your pan. I've also gone with non-toxic cookware, which is environmentally friendly as well as non-toxic while cooking. So this is a cast iron saucepan. So something like this is very, very good. It adds also more iron back into your food. But you could also go with stainless steel, or you could go with a clay pot or a Dutch oven. Those are great options as well. Cast iron just happens to be one of my favorite as it's naturally non-stick as well, I feel. And it doesn't really stick. I find also, since I've been using non-toxic cookware, I think the big concern that people ask is, does your food not stick to the bottom of your pan? And there's a very simple answer for that. It's in the technique of how you cook the food. So, and you don't need a lot of oil for your food to not stick. You just need a little bit of oil, and whatever it is you're cooking, you need to give it time. So you need to first allow it to cook, and then it'll start releasing from the bottom of the pan on its own. And that the same goes for cast iron and stainless steel as well. If you try and move whatever it is that you're cooking too quickly, that's when it starts to stick. So it just needs time. So that's just a good tip to keep in mind if you're making a transition from towards a non-toxic and sustainable household. So I'm going to go with all the pumpkin in there. There used to be a time where I wasn't the biggest fan of pumpkin. And so when I developed this technique for cooking pumpkin, for caramelizing it, I started to really enjoy the sweeter vegetables a lot more, the squash, the pumpkins, and all these things. You can also go with a pumpkin, and if you really don't like the sweetness of it in your savory food, you can also go for a pumpkin that's less ripe. So you can go for maybe a green pumpkin that's a little bit more yellow in color, and it's not too sweet. That would also be great. This just has more nutrients, and so that's why I've chosen to go with it. And I've really started to enjoy vegetables that are prepared in this type of manner, caramelized from the bottom, allow the pan to release them. And you'll see it'll start to develop, little sticky bits at the bottom, and that's where all that flavor is. So we're working in layers, with a dish like this. Just because we're doing something quickly and because we're doing it, for more convenience, doesn't mean that we can't give love to our vegetables and whatever it is that we're cooking. We want to make sure that you are developing flavor in every process. So that's how I go about a lot of my dishes, to develop flavor at every level. So while I let this caramelize, I'm also going to add a little bit of salt. You can use sea salt or rock salt. I'm choosing to go with rock salt today. And it kind of sticks and starts to cake a little bit. That's how you know that there are no anti-caking agents or anything like that in the salt, because it'll tend to stick a little bit, but it just needs a little tap every now and again. And that's how you know it's pure. And so I'm just lightly salting and really just measuring with my eyeballs. I don't really measure much. We've talked about this before. I cook intuitively, and so I find it to add as much or as little ingredient of each ingredient that I feel would be necessary. But for context, it's about maybe half a teaspoon of salt. And that'll start to also help draw out the moisture of the pumpkins.
You know, Alicia, I love it that you've chosen pumpkin because it's so rich in vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants.
Yes, it is. It really is. Vitamin C as well. It's, I think anything with this type of color generally has a good amount of vitamin C. Even pumpkins have a lot of vitamin C. Bell peppers, pumpkins, these types of veggies. So very good for your immune system.
And I believe that it's also low in calories, so it's a great weight loss food, some schools of thought suggest.
Yes, and yeah, you're right, that is true. I didn't think about that, but low in calories and adds natural sweetness to your food and depth of flavor to your food as well. So overall, very healthy.
It gives every dish that really feel, right? It's really comforting because it's got that soft velvety texture, that mushiness to it.
And lusciousness on your palate, right?
Absolutely. And, I read somewhere that it's also very good for the immune system and eyesight.
Okay. I didn't know that about eyesight.
I know, I always thought it was carrots for the eyesight, but now we have pumpkin. That's great.
Maybe because it's got a high vitamin A content, perhaps. Like carrots are orange and they have a high vitamin A content. But, having said that, I just love pumpkin. And I do have a question to ask you, Alicia, if you don't mind. Is it in season right now in Delhi?
It is. It's actually pumpkins you kind of get all year round. It's one of those crops that they have two seasons. You can sow seeds and grow them in October or February. So you can get a late harvest just before the monsoons and just at the end of monsoons. And you can kind of extend the harvest into the monsoons if you just protect your crops. So that's how we get pumpkin all year round. And then they grow really well in the winter. But we pretty much get them all year round in India. In India, we have a tropical climate, especially in the plains. So the summer is so hot over here. I mean, winters over here are almost like UK summers. I was joking with mom with my mom yesterday and saying, it's literally, it's winter. We're in the middle of winter right now. And it was 22 degrees yesterday in the afternoon and sunny. And that's a winter's day for us in Delhi.
That's a crisp Delhi sunny winter.
Yes.
Which is wonderful. It's gorgeous weather. Really
and
gorgeous.
That's why we get this type of produce even in the winter. And we pretty much, like I said, we have two seasons of harvesting pumpkin really. One is sort of late summer, late monsoons. And then also pumpkins store really well. They don't really go off very quickly.
Sure.
So I was asking, look at that color. I kind of want to bring you a little bit closer to this just to show that color that I've developed on, that little piece in the center.
And the caramelizing of the pumpkin must enhance its flavor, right? Give it more sweetness to a certain level.
Oh, yes. Now, a lot of people might think that, a lot of people don't like the combination of sweet and savory, or they don't like mixing sweet food with their savory food. I used to be like that. I used to like to keep my sweets and savory separate, but it's not the same type of sweet that you would get with sugar or a dessert. It's a different flavor. It almost adds to the savory element of your meal. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense. But...
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of like, our Indian cooking. Basically, we add a pinch of sugar to all of those spices that we put in. It's just that yin and yang, it makes the flavors even more bountiful to the palate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a different type of sweetness. Like I find it's not the same type of sweetness as if you'd add sugar. It's I don't know, it almost enhances the flavor of the savory in the dish. I don't know how that makes sense. Maybe it's the same when you add flaky sea salt to your desserts, because it brings out that sweet. I don't know this. I don't quite know the science behind it, but it's that same concept of adding that sweetness to your savory dishes.
For sure. It's not like the honey sweetness,
No.
It's just a touch of that, which really balances well with everything else I see there, those, especially the aromatics there on your prep board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going into details
Spices.
about that as well. So as you can see, this does take a little bit of time to develop the color, but it's so worth it. I'm actually going to crank the heat up a little bit more. I always find working on induction cooktops a little bit more tricky than if I was to cook on a fire. I guess I'm just used to cooking on a fire a little bit more. But I'm always scared of burning my food on an induction cooktop. But you want a good amount of heat to caramelize that pumpkin. And I'll bring you closer again, just to, just for context. Can you see all that stickiness at the bottom?
Right.
All of that stickiness at the bottom, that is flavor, so don't swap out your pot. Cook everything else in this pot and deglaze all of that at the, that's sticking. That's where the flavor is, that those brown bits and that sticky brown sort of sweetness. And this is what you want your pumpkins to look like. This is what develops that flavor. And if you don't like pumpkin, if you're somebody that doesn't like pumpkin, I kind of grew up not really liking pumpkin, but cooking it this way really made me like pumpkin so much.
I think the technical term for that stickiness is frond.
Okay.
Yeah.
The food expert. Yes.
But you want that. You're right about using that to deglaze, and your onions are the most essential aromatic for deglazing the fronds.
Yeah.
I want to share. I want to share something here, Kiran. Alicia very honestly said that a lot of people growing up don't like pumpkin. I was one of those children. I mean, the closest I associated pumpkin to was Halloween, because that was the only time of the year where pumpkins would be seen in abundance. And as we all know, that in October in the United States, they actually have National Pumpkin Day. Am I right, Kiran?
Absolutely correct.
That's how much they celebrate this.
They harvest.
The harvest, indeed. And as time went by and I started, I matured and I started experimenting with different squashes. I was using the zucchini and butternut squash and pumpkin. I have grown to love pumpkin.
Yeah.
There's so much you can do with one humble pumpkin.
Exactly, but that's the thing. So, you're right. I think mostly a lot of people feel like that. I mean, pumpkin does not offer any flavor on its own, so you have to enhance it definitely, and you can do so much with it. Just like the potato, the humble potato. It's the same thing. Whatever you do with the potato, you do it right. It's just absolutely delicious.
I don't know if you can see that, those sticky bits at the bottom,
Yes.
and that browning, that is liquid gold almost, like this is what you want for that flavor. So as you said, the onions are, one of the most important things to deglaze because I guess they have a lot of moisture.
Yeah, they do. And then they soak up, and then when they start caramelizing, they release all of their flavor, and it's just a
Yes,
match made in heaven right here, you know.
absolutely. And I'm going with that classic sofrito base, you know, your onions, carrots, and celery.
Mhm.
So just letting the onions kind of do their thing.
Has any of you ladies tried making pumpkin jam?
I've made pumpkin chutney.
Okay, close enough. Yeah.
I've made a spicy pumpkin chutney with jaggery and I grew up resisting actually a dish my mom would make, which is a Bengali dish from Bengal in India, and it was known as, she used to call it katimiti kaddu. So it's a sour and sweet pumpkin. Kaddu is pumpkin, and she would use the panchpur and the five spice, the Indian five spice, which I love to compare the five spice we have in India with the Chinese five spice we have in Hong Kong. Of course, the flavors are totally different, completely different. And the five spice has nigella and fennel. So you could also almost call it a pickling spice in India to a certain extent. And she would just have a base, crackle up the spices, allow their essential oils to be released in the oil. And the medium of cooking she would use was mustard oil, which is also synergizes with Bengali cuisine. So she would smoke up the mustard oil, add in the asafoetida, add in the spices, add in the pumpkin, and she would add in jaggery. So what I did was I actually turned this into a chutney. So I
So
combined it with.
see, you mentioned a magic ingredient right there, jaggery and pumpkin. That marriage again, you know.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And what I found was I did need to add a lot of apples into the chutney for the pectin, right? To, like gel up and hold together. I used the five spice, the Bengali five spice, and I kept the whole coriander and everything in it. So you've got the spices crunching in your mouth.
Yeah.
But you'd roast them, of course, slightly with the jaggery, and it was this jammy, spicy, yummy, really beautiful chutney that I would love to have on a cracker with cheese.
I think the fiber in the pumpkin adds to that, if you know what I mean.
Indeed.
Right? Yeah,
Indeed.
that's what it is, you know.
It did. In fact, so much so that you can see the stringiness as well of the pumpkin in the chutney, and you just spread it on, and it spreads beautifully as well on a cracker,
Is that garlic you're adding?
Yes, garlic. Healthy amount of garlic.
Can you tell the viewers why the garlic goes in later? Why we do that?
Yes. So as you said, from my understanding, as you said, the sofrito, that very classic European base of your onions, carrots, and celery, are first used to release the moisture and help deglaze the pan. And so they themselves develop some color as well. And then you add the garlic later. Also, I think you need to give each vegetable and each aromatic time to develop its own flavor in the pan. It almost it really frustrates me when I see videos online or like cooking videos and things, and everybody's just added everything and close the all in one go and close the lid, and I don't know. I feel like you're missing out on what that vegetable and what each ingredient can offer. So
exactly right. Exactly right. And also the fact that garlic burns easy.
Yes.
Can you imagine going through all of that beautiful work and then you put your garlic in at the same time and it burns whilst you're caramelizing? Well, then that's not going to give you any good flavor, is it?
Yeah, such a shame. Yeah, but like you can see, I mean, now the garlic is starting to cook and brown just ever so slightly, and when you add it later, it actually the garlic stays more fresh, because that burnt garlic flavor goes a little bitter, and that's not what we want.
And the bitterness is also not there. Another way I learned how to get rid of the bitterness from garlic was just simmering it for a minute in water and then washing it and simmering it again a little bit just to get that
Okay.
strong bitterness out of it sometimes,
Okay.
depending on the recipe, what you're making, right?
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Kiran, I read somewhere that every part of the pumpkin is edible. The
Right.
skin, the leaves, the bud, the seeds, and the stem.
The stem.
Would
That's a
you
good
agree
one.
with that?
Well, I don't know about the stem. Talk to me about the stem. How would you use the stem?
And that's what I'm trying to think. How would I use? I mean, the stem would be too fibrous and hard, wouldn't it?
Even if
I
you
know you
use
can-
it, you can't eat it. So I'm trying to think.
So
The
I
stem. Is it for broths, maybe?
possibly,
Right?
I would add it into a broth, to be honest with you. I
Yeah.
would
and
wash
then
it really well
then
and add it.
discard it. Discard
And then
it.
discard
once the
it, yeah.
flavor is released. But there is, again, talking about bitterness, if you were to taste the stem, you would find a hint of bitterness in it, almost like
Interesting.
you don't want to eat it, So, but that's all I can think of, depending on the recipe, that essentially it would be a broth, where you can use that.
So the pumpkin was actually known by the Greeks as a peapon, right? Which translates to large melons now. Speaking of large melons, Alicia visited me in Oxford, and I want to share this with you. It's about really minimizing waste to a certain extent. And she made me a watermelon skin spiced vegetable.
Oh, yum.
It was
What about
out of this world.
Yummy.
Thank you. I completely
Alicia,
forgot about that,
Can you tell us how you made that? Because it was so yummy. I finished that whole box that evening.
I'm so
And
glad you liked
I mean,
it.
what inspired you behind making watermelon? Now, my grandmom used to make watermelon cake, which she used to call it kharboos or tarboos. I can't differentiate between. What is it in Hindi, Alicia? Tarboos, kharboos?
Tarboos.
Tarboos, okay. Tarboos, which is watermelon. Tarboos ki chilke ki sabzi, which translates to watermelon skin vegetable. And she used to make it again with the Bengali spices of Pachforan, etc. Now you made something very similar, and that ignited my soul because I had it after so many years. It was like
I'm
my
familiar
grandma
with
had.
watermelon pickles,
Oh, yum.
That's what they make here. But go ahead, Alicia, share your
Inspiration behind that.
Yeah, the watermelon rind is actually edible. It's tough. It's very tough and hard. So what you want to do is you want to cook that down. You can either pressure cook it, although I don't tend to generally pressure cook a lot of my vegetables unless I'm in a hurry. But I like to really simmer them. But you want to cook that for a good 1 hour, if not more, to help it break down. And then use that once it's softened as a sabzi, as you would any sabzi. And what I did was I just put simple Indian spices and made it into a sabzi. Very simple, almost Jenny style sabzi. So I just put some oil, I put cumin seeds, I put ginger, I put just turmeric, salt, and a little bit of coriander powder. I put the watermelon rind, the cooked watermelon rind in, and I just gave that time. I put some water, salted it, tasted it for flavor, a little bit of black pepper to activate my turmeric as well. That's just a trick that I always do. But yeah, and it was as simple as that. And you can add if you wanted more soupy, then you can add more water. And then you can have it on top of rice as something with gravy, or you can have it as a dry sabzi as well and have it with roti, with a flatbread. So
it was delicious.
It was
Alicia.
such a simple recipe.
And you took me back to my grandmama. That was the best part. It was like she came down from the heavens above and said, okay, this little girl is going to make my granddaughter's dish.
Isn't it amazing? We've talked about this before, but how food connects us to stories and memories and
so precious.
So forth, that cycle, right? Yeah.
It's so precious. And what I love about Alicia, I want to share this is, Alicia, you're never intimidated to try something new. And this girl is willing to give it a go no matter what. She's got that zest in her, that I'm gonna give it a shot, like something like watermelon, vegetables. You would think the younger generation wouldn't think twice. They say, okay, if they're climate aware, let's compost it. But this girl actually went ahead, scrubbed the skin really well, cooked it up,
So gifted, isn't
packed it
she?
up, packed
It's
it up in a
amazing.
box so beautifully, and drove her mum to Oxford. And we had lunch together, and she bought me, and she said, see, auntie, here's this watermelon sabzi. And watermelon vegetable, sabzi is vegetable. For those of our viewers who don't understand what sabzi is, I just go off on my Indian tangent when I remember my grandmother. And I thought to myself, wow. And I had it in the evening with the chapati, which is an Indian flatbread. Even it was so tasty,
Yeah.
delicious.
I love those stories.
Yeah. And the simplicity of the dish. Look at the simplicity.
Yeah.
It was such a
Hi
simple dish,
ladies.
but of
Hi
course-
ladies. This is Nil Kumar. Hello Kiran. Hello
Hi, how are
Seema.
you?
Hello Alicia.
Hello.
Alicia, can you
Yes.
pan the camera right bang into the pan at the moment? While you do that, we'll show the viewers what's happening lately. Kiran,
Sure.
Seema,
Yes.
you are from Kenya. I want to have your thoughts that the same recipe, but with a semi-raw papaya. So we replace the pumpkin, but if we put semi-raw papaya, so it's still hard but sweet. What are your thoughts, Kiran and Seema?
Neil, are you talking about the green papaya?
Yes, semi-raw papaya. So a semi-raw papaya would be green going towards yellow as it ripe, but it's semi-raw, so it's still solid because pumpkin is, but it's still sweeter. So as a direct replacement, what are your thoughts on this same recipe?
Good question. Interesting. Now, when you speak of semi-raw papaya, it takes me back to Filipino cuisine, in fact, where they use raw papaya and they make this wonderful dish called tinola. So, and it's a non-vegetarian dish, but of course, my wonderful, beautiful helper back home in Hong Kong used to make me a vegetarian version with vegetable broth as opposed to non-vegetarian chicken broth. They would make it with, and it's a very light broth with some ginger and some very mild spring onions and salt and pepper. Basically, Filipino cuisine isn't very heavily spiced, and it's absolutely delicious because the papaya softens in your mouth. But they use raw papaya.
Right.
Now-
Same as in Thai curry.
Same as in Thai curry or a Thai papaya salad. Unfortunately, in the UK, finding a raw papaya can be a hard find unless you go to specialty shops. You can luckily pick up a semi-raw one in Marks and Spencer's, like I did for my dinner last night. And that worked pretty well, but the crunchiness was a little less. So a semi-raw papaya would be okay, but it won't be as sweet as the pumpkin. Am I right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not. It's
And,
not
and you get that strong enzymatic taste of the papaya. I think the papaya has a leftover flavor, right?
Mhm.
That's
Yeah,
quite strong.
it does leave
But it
that
could work
mouthfeel.
to a certain extent. Something to
But-
try.
But there's a way to get over that. And the way, again, is like what I suggested for garlic, what we do to remove the bitterness. It's exactly the same technique. And then you will get rid of some of that medicinal, type of flavor in
So that
papaya.
the
So we
tinola-
agree, so we agree to
the
indulge.
astringency.
So we agree in those countries where pumpkin may not be in the season, maybe they can try a raw or a semi-raw papaya. Of course, if the women are pregnant, then be careful and seek medical advice.
right.
Well, I'm now going to pan into the camera because Alicia has nicely panned the camera closer. So we
That
move
looks so good. I can see that.
Wow.
I've just added all the herbs and spices, well, herbs and the seasonings. Just to take you through that quickly, Sorry, my camera is a little
I see a bay
lopsided.
leaf floating.
Yes, a bay leaf is essential here. If you're going to put anything in this dish, put a bay leaf for seasoning. It adds an earthy, sort of nutty, almost like an extra oomph of umami, savory background flavor, which is what I feel. So this is essential. And I put some.
As good as it is, always remind the viewer that we must get rid of it because bay leaf can cause choking.
Oh, yes, of course. So we just remove that at the end. And sort of discard it, or you can save it for later broths or things like that. But I think once you boil it once, it tends to take most of the flavor out of it. So I tend to discard it afterwards or put it in the compost, as I do with most of my discarded veggie scraps and things like that. And then the other herbs I added were some dried rosemary and thyme. Seasonings and salt and pepper, and that is it. It's as simple as that. Beautiful. And then what you want to do is just put a lid on this and let this simmer for another 5 minutes, so that everything
comes together.
All the flavors marry and come together. Yes, exactly.
And you're leaving the chickpeas, I see, till almost.
Yes. So what I do with this soup actually is, in another 5 minutes, I'll blend this up with my immersion hand blender, and it'll become. You can actually leave it chunky if you like. I would probably cut the pumpkin into smaller pieces, though, if I were to leave it, if I were to not blend it. But since I'm blending it, I just chopped it quite roughly and thick. And I'm going to blend it, and then I want the texture of that black rice and the chickpeas. And as well as some spinach, some freshly chopped spinach, which is in season right now, and which will add that color as well as more iron and more, fiber. So
in your opinion, what flavor is your preference? The flavor of blitzing the whole thing into a soup-like consistency or leaving it chunky?
I personally prefer. I love a creamy blended soup personally, but it really depends on your preference. Some people at home in my family like their soup chunky and not blended, so you can totally leave it the way it is and add your chickpeas and your rice, if you like.
I like creaminess too. Yeah, I like creaminess, and I think it would be. Yeah. I mean, the rice is a great base for that creaminess, and then of course you have your integrity and texture from your chickpeas.
Yeah.
And likewise the spinach, if you prefer to leave that as is as well, right? Would you say?
Yes. Yeah. For the color,
Yeah, that vibrancy, since you're putting it last. Yeah, got it. Okay.
And spinach doesn't need too much time to cook anyway. It takes literally 30 seconds, maybe, if not 60 seconds,
Yeah. I love spinach.
I love spinach. It's one of my go-to veggies, and I always have a big bag.
Easy to prepare in seconds.
In no time. It's a quick fix for anything, really. And what I love about your recipe, Alicia, is you've got that creamy texture. I love creamy soups as well, like you, Kiran. Is that creaminess as a backdrop against the nuttiness of the black rice?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Works so beautifully, and then you add the green foliage, the lovely spinach. It's almost like you have these flowers in a garden.
I know, it's gorgeous. And then the black rice is kind of like the earth underneath.
Absolutely. So you're speaking I love those levels.
I'm intrigued, and I can't wait to see the finished product, Alicia's version of the consistency, the texture of the rice. I'm not going to say anything. I just want to see how she delivers that.
It's food fashion. It's food fashion, and it's poetry as well.
It's gorgeous, and it brings memories.
Beautiful.
So, Alicia, we come back to you in 5 minutes while it's
sure. So I'm going to cook this, and I'm actually going to mute myself while I blend this,
Yeah.
so that there's no extra noise.
Sure.
But yeah, I'll blend this, and then yeah, you can come back to
No
me.
worries. Whilst you're doing that, Seema and I are going to jump straight into some of our sustainability tips,
Yes.
ideas, and talking points that we'd love to share with everyone. What do you think, Seems?
Oh, yes. This is
Let's do
a
it.
very exciting session today. I've been looking forward to this session, like I said, for the
Mhm.
past 3 weeks. I'm so excited when we decided, we're going to come back together and do it at the last week of
It's a
January.
new year, and why not? Right?
Yeah. And with something so meaningful.
Yeah, and then I definitely would love our viewers' opinions and their take on, what we're talking about and how we did and what more they'd like to hear about. But we'll come back to that when we end the topic. So, everybody, hello.
Hi, Kiran.
Yes.
And just before you go ahead,
Yes.
you mentioned you were at Lux Farm, where again there was a lot of organic farming, and they are into food sustainability.
Yes.
Presently, their website is under construction, but
Okay.
that organization does wonderful outreaches, which I just want to show the viewers. And
Thank you.
we can slightly explain, and then later in 2024, where we plan a retreat there, our viewers can know more about it. And
Thank you.
Kiran, it might be interesting because since you are also involved in African countries and other places, this is something where we can join the force. So Seema, this is what they do, Lux Farm. So the Lux team actually does all these projects within their foundation in the school pictures, and they actually do this kind of facilities as well. They do tuition centers, teacher training,
Yes.
etc. And I think our Kiran and you will be very instrumental. So at some point, maybe in 2024, before we go there, you two can do a site visit or something. Go ahead, Ava.
They're doing a lot of good work there, and as you can see, the Lux team is over there, the teachers, and you have the first lady on the left is with the white hair is my aunt, and right next to her is my uncle, and that's my cousin, and that's my aunt's friend, and that's someone else who's very fundamentally, the rest of the people are all very fundamentally contributing to all the good work that my aunt, who I'm so, so proud of, is doing. And like I said, she's got a lot of heart.
Yeah. What a beautiful family doing such beautiful work. That's very admirable.
Well, Kiran, you're doing the same with the Malawi Children's Mission, in Malawi.
Yeah.
Uplifting the lives of children, providing education. You're doing so much work there.
We're trying. We just got hit with cholera there,
Kiran, I want to ask you,
Yes.
unlike Seema, who was actually born in Africa and has affinity, I believe you are not African-born Indian, or you are not from Africa. So why affinity with Africa? How did you connect with the project? Because it's very exciting
Lovely
project. I want to know more
question.
about it.
My daughter married an African gentleman. She's
Aha.
married to somebody from Malawi, and he's half British and half African. His dad was African and his mom is English, from the UK. They were married a year, and we just, went there and said, this is what we'd like to do with a very good friend of ours. And will you young folks support us? And my son-in-law was like, I've always had a heart for the children here. And this is the poorest country in the world and all over Africa and in all of Africa. And this is where my heart is. And this is something I'd be delighted to do. He took my husband to the village to meet the chief, and they approached the chief and asked if we could help their children. And the chief was like, yeah, sure.
That's wonderful.
That's how it happened. And they're the people behind it, both of them, Avisha and Kenneth, they help us run the whole organization.
And Kiran, I remember You spending some time with them. Obviously, they didn't have as much facilities as the Western kitchen would. So you adapted with the facilities what they had, and then you found a cost-effective way of creating nice, healthy meal. I want to know more about that.
Oh my gosh, those stories, I'm going to cry now, Yeah, not easy, but then, the motivation behind it is our children and the people who are their friends, their community, and or work with them. They're all like, kind of like my mantra, I can do this, we can do this, we'll make it happen, let's do it, you're here, let's do it. And we did. My daughter has a restaurant called Hosteria, Italian restaurant, and she said, Mom, let's just work on this project as well, and that will be our way of giving back to our community as well, and then we can teach the chefs and you can help us with the regulatory work and new menus and vegan, and use what we have here. And then we ended up doing a garden for them in the restaurant. And there are so many stories, so many things you can do, so many ways you can touch. I remember the first time we went there, she was like, Mom, you have to stay a night at the tea plantation, and they're friends of ours and you would enjoy it. So we went to the tea plantation, met the founder, had dinner with him. Oh my gosh, the stories that he told me that first year about what the young children have to go through to be able to survive there, and how they have to take care of their siblings. I couldn't stop crying. And I said, if I can do anything, I want to take that burden away from young children. Why should our children, why should young children have to take care of their siblings? What happens to the parents? Why do they need to beg for a cup of sugar or whatever? So it's like, as long as it is within my power, I want to make that change. And we did, and we grew, from, I started with nutrition, and then from nutrition went to education, which is very near and dear to my heart. I believe everybody should be educated. By the way, my books are in the library, and that's my desire. I want to plant a book in every library that I know of and travel to, make sure everybody has the book in their hands. And then it became health facilities and all of that. It just took off. It's been almost 17 years now, and what a delight. You can see I still get so excited, it's been
So Kiran, while we are in the live show here, Seema, I'm going to put you into an exercise. If you contact our coordinator of East Africa, Mina Ben Kagram, and send a report of this school was it Zambia or Zimbabwe? Malawi, yes. So if you could send the report for Malawi, why don't we, with Mala, who is our guest later, we can explore this possibility of helping the African countries, wherein each of the local borough or a council in the United Kingdom could maybe sponsor within that country. So Mala can take care of that, going to the councils here, boroughs, and say, hey, look, we are into fruit project. We have identified maybe this potential schools or something, and Mina Ben can maybe coordinate with a couple of schools in Kenya, and Sanjay, our coordinator in Uganda. And I think if we start talking about that, and when Mala comes in her show, and because she's now part of the kitchen stuff, she's here actually right now. Mala, I'm just going to pull you into the screen because this is exciting and I want this happening, please. I'm going to unmute as well. Hello, Mala.
Hello. Namaste, everybody.
Thank you, Mala. Mala, you're actually one of the guests of the team, and at 4:30 you're with Kiran, etc. So Mala, this exercise is for you as well. Like how we talk, we discuss about Lambeth, we discuss about brand, we discuss about other councils that we are working with. If we can convince them that the project that they are very keen on the food and waste and safety and everything, Kiran already has got experience and have got hands-on knowledge as to how she got the Malawians excited. Seema is from Africa and would have some contacts there. I'm from Africa. Mina Ben, who is listening actually off the screen, this program right now. Let's get this project. And our Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who is leading Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart. Food, if we can get to the younger generation and we can teach them plant-based food, food sustainability, food waste, don't waste the food, don't lose the food, and things like that. If we can catch the children, then 20 years from now, we can form a solution that will help the mankind for years to come. So Seema, maybe you, Mala, and Kiran can exploit this, because this is a live project that we can bring on Healing, and Healing actually creates projects like this while they are going on a live show. Over to you, ladies. I'm going to bring Alicia. I think she wants to show you something, Kiran, and then Kiran, you and Seema carry on. Mala, we'll see you back in a while. Keep on smiling, and
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. That's awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Wonderful. Alicia, we're so excited to see your dish.
Thank you. I just wanted to say as well, Kiran, when you were talking about the work that you were doing and the stories that you heard and how you changed lives and about educating people, you just had this big smile on your face. I think it really means a lot to you to be able to give back, and I mean, which is so fitting because you really believe in seva, of course. But I think that brings you pure joy as well.
It's always around, right? Handy dandy. It's always around in every library. We want this, right?
Yes. And it just lit you up, and that was so nice to see.
Those are such kind words. Thank you, my darling. That's beautiful. I mean, even what you're doing, who knows where you will end up, where it will take you. This is just the beginning, the planting the seed moment for you.
And you're planting lots of seeds for our generation to absorb the kind of work that you're doing. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you. Most importantly is that connection. I mean, that will just blow you away when you connect with Patty. And I'm going to get on top of that right away.
Yes.
Oh,
Lovely. That's lovely.
Yeah. So here's a story right here, right? Okay, so these two girls have been in our school for 11 years now, and now that joy of writing about them, that they got their degrees, they're educated, and oh my gosh, they're going to go out. One of them is going to be working in hospitality, and you can imagine how that touched me, One is doing agriculture, and it's amazing. This is the reward that we received a few weeks ago, hearing their graduation. It's like, yes.
This is so fulfilling, Kiran. So
it is liberating. Well, yeah.
Congratulations.
Like your family.
Congratulations. Well done. Bravo.
To all of you. We're all in the same boat here, right?
So amazing.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, there's the creaminess. I can almost smell it.
I'm really hungry after seeing this dish.
As she discards the bay leaf.
Yummy.
Very good.
I feel like I always, you're always hungry after every show that I do. I feel, I wish I could just feed everybody and,
Can I just bring up a point, what you did? Can you hold up that bay leaf again?
Oh, yes. 1 second.
So what we've done here is we have a very distinguished guest coming up shortly, and she's going to be so proud to see that Alicia discarded that bay leaf, because she is our food safety expert, isn't she? So she's going to want to make sure that we showed that. So thank you, Alicia. You make me proud.
Thank you.
There you go.
So I'll finish this off very quickly because it's pretty much done. And then I can we can come back over to you. So I'm just adding in the rice. This is pre-cooked.
Tell me, describe that the texture of the rice to me. I see a little bit of creaminess there.
Yes, it's actually even though it's much lower on starch, it is quite thick. It does have starch, of course,
Sure.
but not as much and not at such a high glycemic index as white rice. But it's lovely.
Did you rinse it a few times?
I did. I rinsed it twice, and the water actually turns red, like this deep, dark, almost like a purple carrot, like a black purpley carrot, that same color. So that was the water. So I discarded that, and then I let it soak for about 30 minutes. And then I discarded that water as well, and then I cooked it in some fresh water. I just simmered it on a low heat for about 25 minutes.
Okay.
And then I drained the water.
It's beautiful.
Thank you. So yeah, like you would with normal rice, I guess. So this is lovely, and it's got a nice bite to it. So it's a little bit nutty and earthy, but it's got a lovely flavor. You still get the feeling that you're eating rice. So it's very comforting,
Yeah.
So I'm adding all of this in.
Have you ever played with it like you would quinoa in a salad?
Yes, so at the retreat, actually, we did one of our recipes. We do a lot of salads with every meal. So we did a black rice salad, with crispy chickpeas, and bell peppers and fresh lettuce leaves from the garden, and herbs, dill, parsley, spring onions, and with a lovely vinaigrette. It was we did a black rice salad, and it was
Did the rice, as it cooled, was it did it end up drying a bit and coming out like nutty, crunchy?
Yes, not crunchy, but it did have that little bite to it.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, but it wasn't crunchy. What we did though with the salad is we put some chickpeas into a oven baking tray, drizzled it with some olive oil, put some herbs and spices, and we let it brown and crisp up. And that was the crunchy element in the salad. And that went really well with the black rice and all the other fresh vegetables and fruit.
It's just, I haven't played with black rice in, I don't know, I want to say like maybe 8 or 9 years. So I'm thinking, so I've kind of forgotten. But I was just wondering about the different textures. So last question to you regarding the rice. Can you make a risotto out of this, in your opinion?
You can. You absolutely can, because it is actually very, very creamy. Yeah. And like a typical risotto that you would you would cook the rice slowly, and you'd add one or two ladles at a time, allow that to cook, and allow the starches to release. Yeah. When I cooked this black rice today, I actually had to rinse it because it was so creamy and
exactly. And I saw that creaminess. That's why risotto came to mind.
Yes.
So then
it would be great.
So when you've made the risotto, do you keep it al dente, or is it more creamy?
I make sure that kind of like the white rice, like it's traditionally cooked, it is that little, very slightly al dente, but it is cooked through like a typical risotto would be. But I think it depends on your preference as well.
Yeah.
I would probably have it nice and creamy and just leave that little bite, that al dente bite, like the Italians do.
Yeah. And then find a beautiful contrasting garnish for it, huh?
Yes. And I would probably do it in a mushroom broth or something, and maybe put some truffle oil and parsley and deglaze it with some white wine, something like that.
Yum.
So this is done.
Just one recipe, we were able to tear it down to like, I don't know how many we came up with.
Can I add something over here?
Sure.
The Koreans really emphasize on rice. This is my Ayurvedic beauty wisdom coming in here. Like eat yourself gorgeous, perhaps. So a lot of the Koreans, this is diverting from the topic, but I'm just bringing it, use rice water for their skin. And I was just reading that black rice, for example, is known to have particles that heal and soothe the skin. So assuming we don't pour the water, It's very rich in antioxidants, which actually protect our skin
So
from
are
free
you-
radicals.
So are you talking about like a mask or?
No, just the water. So what the Koreans actually do is when they wash their rice, they keep the water.
Hmm.
They reserve the water, and some of them actually store it up in a spray bottle, and they allow it to ferment for a day or two, and then they spray it on their face.
Ah, interesting.
It's very
I've heard about
interesting.
this.
Interesting.
Yes, so I'm just thinking, I was just reading up on black rice, and it says that it's very rich in antioxidants,
Hmm.
which helps keep those free radicals.
And it's really great for your hair as well, rice water.
Yes.
It's
Oh my God, it's very good for your hair. And it's almost like keratin treatment, in fact.
I
And
love
I've
it.
tried it. I've tried it. So what I've done is I've gone the Korean way, not with the black rice that keeps the free radicals at bay, that helps you have smoother skin, but I'm assuming it's the same thing with white rice as well. But with white rice, I have reserved the water. I have allowed it to ferment, and I have used it in a spray bottle on my hair, and it gives you that straight, like you've had a keratin treatment. So what you do, for those of you who want to know how to use it, just on dry hair, spray your hair with the rice water, allow it to sit for about 25-30 minutes, and then wash and shampoo your hair, and you will notice the difference. Also, rice water is known to enhance hair growth. If you add rosemary into it, even better. And it stimulates your hair follicles and enhances hair growth. So food is medicine, yes, but there's so much that can be done with food. We can
Absolutely.
compost it. We can, first and foremost, we can use it to, nourish our bodies, nourish our soul. I mean, the way we eat it, the thoughts we have when we prepare it, we nourish our mind and body. And we can use it in our beauty products, we can compost it. There's so much we can do with food. But the problem is we're not doing enough. And like coming back to the topic that Kiran and I would love to discuss is that our world is facing a crisis.
Hmm.
What do
And
we do,
Seema,
Kiran?
And Seema, just before you do that, Alicia is now ready to serve us remotely. But before that, Kiran's dream is to see this book on every shelf. So let's maybe see that.
I love that.
This is actually a book written by my mum. Can you believe that? And so yes, I'm going to buy the book. There's my mum there. Can we zoom in? Isn't she gorgeous? And I think I am pretty much predominantly featured in this book. I assume so, considering I'm a son. If you get a chance, come and buy this book. You can buy it online as well. Do it for me. Thank you.
Bless
Seema,
him.
You just won't let that one go.
Seema, let me tell you why I like this plug. If the own son thinks that mom is beautiful, the own son thinks that mom is talented and everything, then the book has got to be good.
It's a wonderful book. It really is. And it's got a lot of meaningful messages in it, Kiran. Thank you for that book.
Oh, it's such a joy, such a delight. My other book made it to the NYU AD library. Did you guys catch that?
No.
The New York University Abu Dhabi Library.
Fantastic.
It's the Humanities and Arts Library.
Fantastic.
Is that amazing?
It's amazing. That is wonderful.
It's amazing.
Oh, look at that. That is amazing news. And we have an amazing dish as well with amazing news.
Look at that. Beautiful.
That is one big bowl of comfort. It's hug in a bowl.
I love it.
Yes, that was the goal with this recipe. But congratulations, Kiran, that is fantastic news, and it just goes to show the kind of work that you are doing. Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. The voice carries on, right? But back to your dish, I see it glistening.
Yes.
That looks tempting. See the colors. I love textures,
Yes.
And I see, every ingredient floating there, and That's
Yeah, so if you want more texture, like I said, you could leave the soup chunky and not blend it. I think because you've got these textures, I go for the creamy background and I blend the rest of it.
Definitely.
So
I'm all
it's
for
up to
that.
you.
That's
It's up to you.
beautiful.
Yes,
Thank you so
beautiful.
much. I think big applause to you, my dear. Hats off. That was wonderful. I mean, from one recipe, we were able to, put our thoughts together and come up with so many different things, including hair care and face care and all of that, right, Seema?
That's
Thank you.
that's the craziness in me. I'm known to, like, I think I've said this 100 times on Healing Our Earth. Mommy, please stop turning our bathroom into a kitchen. You need the good coffee grounds here, or some food stuff here, or something there, or some rice water fermenting in a bottle. And
I
I'm like,
love
here,
your
try it. It's so good for
enthusiasm.
you.
I
I
love
chase my
everything
daughter.
that you do, Seema. Love it.
I
That's
chase
your
my girls around the house and I'm like trying it. And they're like, oh, no, maybe later,
Yeah.
But I'll convert them someday.
But
That's your
Alicia, before we let Alicia go, it would be nice for her to meet our guest. Maybe they can have a
Yes,
couple of words for one another,
absolutely.
Alicia, are you okay with that? To
Yes,
speak?
of
I know you have to go.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
let's do it. I think it would be interesting for the two of you to meet.
Of course.
And can we have Mala on?
Yeah, I'm just checking. I think she's fallen off. Maybe.
I am here. Hello.
Oh,
Here, how are you? Welcome.
Oh, I am buzzing with excitement, and we all just sing the same song. We're on the same page, and I was just have these butterflies in there. There's so much that we connect with. Everything you said.
Oh, you're
Alicia,
awesome. Mala,
Karen.
may I just quickly introduce you to our viewers so they can say hi to you?
Sure.
Mala is a surplus food champion, ambassador, and change maker, who is also a great humanitarian who helps people and children that do not have the basic means to live a decent life in society. She's a strong believer in justice and equality for all and loves to embrace nature. She has a deep yearning for spirituality, to explore what's beyond our being. Mala has created a unique place for people to feel welcome and socially included in her community. She's a strong believer in sharing skills, knowledge, training, and development in a multi-generational society. Welcome, Mala. What an honor to have you with us today. Namaste.
Pleasure. Namaste.
Lovely to meet you, Mala. Very warm global namaste.
Thank you for having me on the show. And I'd like to say thank you and welcome to all our Healing Our Planet, our Earth participants and guests. I'm actually very privileged to be on the show because it's my subject, and I think I have a lot of in common as well. And I find this in education to enhance my life and the people around me, to share knowledge. Yes.
I just wanted you and Alicia to connect and just impart with words of wisdom or a question perhaps from Alicia, so that she has a piece of you to take away with her this afternoon.
Yes, namaste to you, Mala. Thank you for being here. Such an honor to have you and join our Healing Our Earth family, and be on this series with us. And just hearing some of the work that you do has touched us and has really, I guess in a limited way told us who you are. But I'm sure you can embark on that and share your wisdom and share what you do in even more detail, so that we're able to understand what it is you do in more depth. And we're so excited and looking forward to hearing what it is you're all about and what drives you. I think that's, for me, the one question I have is what drives you to do what you do?
What drives me? It's the lack of what I see around me that drives me. The hunger to educate and make changes with what we have, and what's existing all around us. And there's so many gaps, and I get so passionate and hungry, and I just want to make change and use my skills and knowledge to co-create, co-produce and co-design, and to create a local economy. And what I did over the years, my background's transportation, logistics, and database systems. And I was very passionate about food. I always have been. And one day I prayed to God. I said, I like doing all of this. You gave me a great career. Everything was great. Life and money was great. But there's something missing. And I thought I was fulfilled in my career. And I thought, oh gosh, I really care about these food banks and people that need food. But there's so much of food going to waste, and all I see is documentaries. So I tapped into a food bank over the years, about 20 years ago. And I started to help somebody at a food bank develop her organization. And then one thing led to another, a hobby. I loved it. My mom used to say, are you working or contracting? I'd pretend like I'm working. Meanwhile, I was cooking for the poor and the needy and using surplus food to get them fed. I loved it so much. I didn't really care about work as well. Anyway, one thing grew to another. And then my networks grew bigger. I trialed best before foods. That's where my projects were born, from best before foods that were dated like 10 years old. And I was cooking that like another 10 years later. And these foods came from Eastern Europe, from Romania, Bulgaria. I couldn't read the hieroglyphics, their writings, but we'd trial these foods at a community center and get that out to the local families. Now, the locals didn't understand best before, best after on labels. So they rejected the food, and it wasn't their cultural background, and they wouldn't. So I'd spice it up and include their little, ingredients from their cultures. And wow, there was my project born. And then I saw a gap for training people and educating people on how to not waste food and use surplus food. But then I networked with the national and global retailers. They loved my work. I prototyped their cooking and made it safe. And some of it went on BBC One's $1 Billion Chicken. And then one thing led to another. So my community groups and Lameth Council called me up to trial and prototype some of my work. Public health loved it. And they said, we need to get more people in our borough healthy, targeting children. So my colleague and I, we prototyped healthy eating food bags. So I accessed surplus food through my surplus networks, and it was strictly about fruit and vegetables in the diet and tackling it from an early age. So we worked, it was a research project, which turned into a funded project and created employment as well. So we identify people in the community through local practitioners that have needs, and we'd get them fruit and vegetables. Now, I don't know what I'm getting for the day from the surplus logistics people. I could get just anything really, or any type of fruit and vegetables. So we'd create food bags and give them recipes, and you have to quickly make that up because you have time limits. And then we exchange recipes. Then I created WhatsApp groups where the families would take that food bag, and they need to cook that to prove to me that it's sustainable and that they could come every week to collect a free food bag. And it was education. And I loved it when the little 4-year-olds would come in and go through the little bags, what's in them, and identify. So we got a conversation going. And then I started a food ambassador program. And the food ambassador program was to give the community an opportunity to lead cooking sessions in their community. So we'd eat together and cook delicious meal for their families. But it was always giving back to the community and to create change on a greater level. And it is a unique experience to connect with like-minded people. You're guaranteed to have fun. And the aim was to make people self-sufficient using fruit and vegetables and making them resilient and giving them that autonomy and influence for their community. So I wanted to make an impact, and that's the impact I made. Social inclusion, created a diverse space for them, for people to co-create, co-design, co-produce, because I didn't want to create the projects just for them. I wanted to create it with them. And what we got out of them, they've made new friends, shared recipes, they're eating healthier, and they've been sharing cooking ideas and sharing their cultural cuisines in a community. And what I learned from this was I was learning every day myself. I was an educator, but I was also learning. I learned about people's behavioral patterns, about their cultures, about their foods, etiquette and mannerisms around food as well. And the impact. And we were one pot cooks because I had 4 hours to cook, get the food, and we eat as a family in a community setting. And I love the idea, Alicia, when you talk about a one pot cook. And in these cooking sessions, I train them how to bulk up their food, because if they have growing children, it's quite expensive, especially if they're on low income.
Oops. I think we lost Mala for a minute there, Kiran.
Yeah. Freeze mode.
What she's doing is incredible. She's going to be back. She'll jump back straight on with us in a minute, I'm sure. But isn't what she's doing, Alicia, incredible?
Just blowing my mind. Yeah.
Kiran,
Is that it?
Kiran,
Yes.
Kiran, while you're there, when Mala comes and she's back, Hansa has also joined.
Yeah.
So maybe if you want to have a quick chat with Hansa and she can stay on and chat with you later. Mala is,
Definitely.
I'm just going to instruct her. Mala, I'm
I
going to put
agree.
you on the screen. Nobody talk for a moment. Mala, if you've got anything else playing on your computer or any other screen, close all the screens or any Netflix or anything, so your bandwidth is completely clear. Over.
Okay, yeah, I don't have anything on at the moment. Yeah, I'm free. Yeah.
Okay, Mala, stay on. Kiran will quickly introduce Hansa, who is part of our team as well, and she'll give a bit of chat, and then Kiran will bring her back again, and everything is going good. I can see women empowerment through and through.
Thank you, Neil. Hey, Hansa, how are you, my dear?
Oh, hi, Kiran. Lovely to see you, and global namaste to all
Global
the
namaste
healing our
to you. Very warm welcome. It's so lovely to have you here. I'm sorry
wonderful,
about the
yeah.
slight delay. Sometimes it happens. We get so carried away and excited
Yes.
with what we're doing, and we just let it go, you know.
Well, I can completely understand, because the discussion so far was so fascinating.
So have you been here for a while? Like you've
I've been here for a little while, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you're caught up on some of the stuff. Did you see Alicia's beautiful, wonderful?
Oh, yes, Alicia, your recipe was absolutely delicious, and pumpkin is something I've not tried before, so I was really, really inspired to maybe include that in my diet, and the recipe that she shared
Yes.
sounds amazing. And also she's reminding us to eat red and black rice. Again, that is a very timely reminder. And some of the tips and discussions have been absolutely fascinating. So yes, I'm really enjoying the program. There's something.
And then we have Seema, of course, who just, you know, just dives into whatever comes to her. We'll put it on our skin, we'll put it on our hair, you know, the same recipe, and just goes on and on. I'm just like so tickled when Seema comes on and shares. Her mind just goes everywhere.
I know, my mind goes everywhere. It's so dangerous.
Love it.
I tell you. But
Yeah.
you know, having said that, Alicia, that dish you have made, I can't stop thinking about it. I mean, the whole bowl is in my head. I'm thinking, no, shall I make it today? No, I don't have enough time. I'm going to make this tomorrow. I mean,
Did you hear what Seema just said? She said, that whole bowl is in my head. You see,
it's in my head. It's not
See what
going
I
away. I'm just thinking of this bowl of hot, comforting, you know, pumpkin with that corn and the black rice, you know, and I'm already thinking of different ways of doing it. You know, what if she added rosemary and bay leaf to it? Fantastic. What if I did Southern Indian spices on that with mustard and cumin and saffetida and chili and, you know, all these crazy ideas are going through my head.
We love it. We love your ideas. We love your ideas.
Yeah, amazing.
So Seema, see if you agree with me, just to be respectful to Hansa and to Mala, everybody's been waiting. We're just going to push our dialogue towards the end.
Right.
And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring Hansa on board, and maybe she'll give a couple of lines to tell us a little bit about her. And then I just want her to give her free way to just talk about sustainability. That's her expertise here. So let's just do that, and then we'll bring Mala in. How's that? Cool. Hansa, you have the platform.
Oh, hi, Kiran. So just to make a little correction, I am not an expert in sustainability. I'm somebody who is very passionate about it, and I'm beginning my journey. As you know, my expertise is natural well-being, and I am now interested in the relationship between sustainability and well-being, which there clearly is, because I'm sure Seema will agree with me on this. She's the Ayurvedic specialist, but the Ayurvedic principle is that we are all made of the same elements as the earth. So we're made of, earth, fire, water, air, and the same elements that the planet is made of. So if, because of climate change, the elements of the planet change, inevitably it's going to impact on our health. So the area that I'm interested in at the moment is to research the connection between well-being and sustainability, and I'm kind of starting my journey to live as sustainably as possible. I mean, some of the things I've started to do is to grow my own vegetables, and you were all talking about the Laksh project and how wonderful it is to eat organic vegetables, but the joy of picking something from your garden and straight to the plate is something out of the world. So I would encourage all of our listeners today to try and grow their own vegetables. Not only is this good for your health, it's also very good for the planet. And there's also stuff about not wasting food. So whatever ingredients you have in your fridge, make sure you find a way of using them, turn it into a broth, turn it into some kind of a stir fry, turn it into, freeze it. And when I was doing my research, I was quite surprised to learn that there's loads of things that you can freeze. So you can freeze cheese, you can freeze the eggs, if you beat the eggs up and put them in the freezer, they just stay as fresh as if you had used a fresh egg. So there's so many ways that you can not waste food. One of the things is to shop local and use ingredients that are local. Where I live, there is not much chance of doing that. There's all supermarkets where I am. It's very difficult to find organic food around me. So, what I do is I get a delivery for organic food, but that's the only way I can access it. And I think we've talked about composting already. So it's very important not to put food in refill in landfills, because when the food goes in landfill, it produces methane and carbon dioxide. So just try and compost as much food as you can. And I was doing some reading last week, and I came across something called the bokashi bin, which is kind of a Japanese invention. But it's in that bin, you can compost cooked food, you can compost raw food, you can almost compost anything. So that's something that I'm going to look into. Foraging is another thing I've started to do. So, Kiran, you know that I'm an author, and at this moment, I've written quite a few books on well-being. And the book I'm writing at the moment is my own journey of trying to live sustainably. So I'm making all these discoveries as I am traveling this journey. And I've started foraging, which is something that I never did. And I'm discovering that you can eat things like dandelions, so you can eat the whole dandelion plant. So you can use the flowers, you can use the roots, you can use the greens. And the other day I made dandelion fritters, and hubby was absolutely horrified. He said, "You can't eat that, you'll get ill." But actually, they turned out to be very delicious. So if you just mix them with a bit of basin and spices, and then you just make them like you make the normal fritters, they taste absolutely delicious.
Yummy.
And
I love dandelions, and I know Seema does as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were talking
delicious.
about greens earlier on. So, and the saag that you make. So when you make the saag, you can put the dandelion greens in it as well, because the dandelion greens are very, very nutritious.
Right.
So that's something I'm discovering. So I've tried nettle tea. I've tried nettle fritters. Obviously, when you pick the nettles, you have to have some gloves because they are very prickly. So
Yes.
that's something that I never did. But as I am doing my research, I'm having these new experiences, which is absolutely fascinating. So the foraging is something that I'm doing. I've made some jam from blackberries, and so I go foraging for that. I go foraging for nettles and dandelion, and I'm looking a little bit into what else you can forage. So that's another thing.
Did you start your gardening program that we talked about a few months ago? Yes.
Yes. So I started to, like I said, grow my own vegetables, which is something that I've never done either. So last year I grew courgettes, I grew loads of things, beans, cucumbers, marrows, tomatoes, loads of herbs, loads of things. Oh, I also managed to grow my own aubergines. I was really surprised at that.
Wonderful. Have you joined any, newsletters or clubs with other home gardeners or anything?
Yes. So I get blogs from my local allotment team. So every month they tell you what to do.
Perfect.
So I'm following that. I'm following that. So again, this is a very new experience and a new journey.
Sure.
But I look forward to every lunchtime in summer because I can just walk to my garden, pick up some beans or something, come in, do a stir fry, use it up with the leftover rice from last night or something, and it just the feeling of eating something that you have sown and picked up and eating it in that moment from garden to plate, it's absolutely amazing. And I would highly recommend our viewers to begin to do that. Bulk cooking is another thing that I've started to do. So I made some dal today, and I've made a little bit extra, and I will freeze a couple of batches of that. And then when I go over the weekend to my daughters, I can take one of the batches. If some days I'm traveling and I'm really busy with work and I haven't got time to cook, that comes in handy. But batch cooking is something that reduces waste. It also reduces the energy that you are using. So that's something else that I have started to do. Meal planning is something that's also very important. So when I work with my clients with time management, for example, or living healthily, if you look at what's left over in the fridge on your shopping day, then make your meal plan for the rest of the week. Make a shopping list, and when you go shopping, stick to your shopping list and don't get tempted by the 2-for-1 or the unhealthy things that are on special offer, because chances are that you might waste that food. Again, some of it might be unhealthy. So when you plan a healthy menu for the week, and you've got all the things in your fridge or handy in your kitchen, you are less likely to waste the food, you're more likely to eat healthily. And because you have freshly cooked that food, you have not got pre-packaged food, which is full of chemicals, and processed food is stripped of all the some of the nutrients. It has chemicals and E numbers and all that added. So when you aim to plan what you're going to cook, and you're going to cook it at home, and you are shopping in a way where you're not going to waste that food, it has multiple benefits. So you are saving money, you are eating healthily, you are helping the planet and living sustainably because you are reducing the waste. And also I'm not an expert cook like you and Seema, Kiran, and I cook very basic stuff, but homemade food is much better than processed food, so even if you're not a good cook, just make very simple things, just rustle up some rice and some brown rice or some black rice and some vegetables with it. The kind of recipe that Alisha taught us today, those things are really, really simple. So aim to cook yourself instead of buying prepackaged food and ready-made food. So when I try to live that, something I've started to do is I've started to make my own yogurt. Now this is making your own yogurt is really, really easy. You just boil the milk, put a little bit of culture, and you leave it in a warm place. And if I'm saving one plastic pot a week, then when you add that up at the end of the year, I'm saving 52 plastic pots. And also my yogurt has got less sugar, less salt than the ready-made one. It's much healthier. It keeps longer in the fridge because it hasn't got any chemicals. So the more you aim to buy ready-made stuff, and the more you aim to make your own stuff. So you can make things like your own yogurt, as I've said. You can make snacks for children, like cookies, instead of buying plastic-laden, sugar-laden, chemical-laden, artificial color-laden snacks. Just make some cookies. This can be like a nice game with the children as well. It can be like a nice activity as well. So you can make things like healthy flapjacks. You can make cookies. You can make things with nuts and dates. You kind of blend them, and you can make them into little shapes. And all these make really healthy snacks. Instead of buying the ready, the packets of crisps and packets of snacks for children, because we are saving on the plastic. We are reducing sugar and salt for the children. We are cutting down on the E numbers and the chemicals that children are taking in. So you can try making things like pickles, chutneys, yogurt, snacks, even things like, the Indian savories like chevdo or gatia and things like that. Because again, they come in plastic-laden packets. So all these things make a big difference. They save you lots of money. They are much healthier. You are being a good role model for your children and passing on good habits to your children. You are also you are contributing towards your well-being, and you're also contributing towards a sustainable planet.
Ansa, that was very exciting and so useful from a consumer level point of view. Stay around, don't go, because shortly in about 40 minutes, we are going to have open session where after Mala finishes, Kiran will drop you back in, because you from house person and an expert to Mala from the food industry to Kiran will be able to bring in tips that people in the kitchen can use. But stay around, because Alisha, who is about to sign off, we want to bring Alicia back before she signs off. So Alicia, if you can put your the video on. Seema, you and Kiran mentioned about this young lady who is the resident demonstrator for Healing Our Earth. At this young age, she has opened up a beautiful retreat in India, in Kasoli. But that is not just for yoga, meditation, but also healthy living and healthy food. So Alicia, tell us more about it to our viewers before you sign off, because again, next year we plan a retreat over there. Then Kiran will drop in Mala for an alternative talks, which will be very useful for food safety, food loss, food waste, etc. Seema, make a note, and Kiran, Hansa has already offered her brother's contact through her, who is already involved in school in Kenya, in a project, education project. So, you know, our momentum has already gained. We have got, in fact, we've got also 2 people offline who has contacted us. So let's get Project Africa going, where we take UK, and Mala will organize that with the local council, that not just for our indigenous and the ethnic UK population, but the corporate social responsibility of United Kingdom to Africa. So we are going to merge that in. So Hansa, Seema will be in touch with you. Kiran is already in touch with you from other points. Seema, you and Kiran, so we are very specific. You lead the Project Africa. Mala will input through the local councils over here. We have a Mita Joshi, who is also a healing team at the back, you know, who is going to see if she can take a part through a conference which is going to take place in Africa. So, you know, just our listeners listening are excited about it. So now let's go to Alicia. We want to know more about Kasoli and the wonderful recipes she does there, but also yoga and meditation. Then over to you, Kiran and Seema. Alicia, it's all yours with Seema. Over.
Hi. Sorry, I'll hop in quickly, and I can tell you a little bit more about the retreat, and then I'll hand over back to you. So I kind of touched on the retreat earlier, and wanting to offer wellness programs. So so what we do typically over there is we get a group of people up, and we host them in our home. It's a very intimate setting. It's small groups is what we do, because we want to keep the programs very personalized. And then what we do is we offer wellness in the form of a program, whether that's through a yin and yang balancing retreat for 3 days, or whether that's a full stress relief and rejuvenation, a 5-day mind, body, soul detox, or whether that's a longer, more specific 10-day weight management program. So those are the kind of options that we have, and we have amazing facilitators and amazing people we work with to run these programs. So I'm so excited to be able to share that with everybody, and hopefully we can have a retreat there soon, and maybe even do something with Healing Our Earth at the retreat. That would be wonderful.
Oh,
So,
Alicia, my dream is way bigger than that, darling. My dream for you is to connect you with all of the coaches that we know who are, planning and who have programs, and then just to bring them to your site. We want to grow and
that
promote.
would be lovely. Thank you.
Well, first, the groundwork is just connecting with all of these people.
Yes,
That's-
absolutely. It's
that's
good to
what
bring
I'm-
that community together. And
We have big dreams for you, girl.
Thank you. Alicia, if you could share some photographs with us later at some point of your retreat, which you shared
Yes,
with
of
me when
course.
we were in Delhi. They're beautiful, and I think every journey starts with a seed, planting a seed, and once we have that seed, then we wait for that seed to germinate, sprout. We water it, and it grows. And and you have planted this beautiful seed, and it's being watered, and it's growing. And I know the place is beautiful. I know your mom and you and your family has put a lot of love and effort into that. house in Kasoli. Like you mentioned, it's your grandfather who gave it the name Wing Song. You know, what a beautiful
Love that name.
I love it. And I wish
Love
you
it. I
all the
think I
best.
think it's time to write an article on Alicia, don't you think, Seema?
Oh,
I need to work
yes.
on that.
It is very
Yeah,
much
need to.
a
Yeah,
time to,
I think
to write an
Kiran-
article on her and
Kiran-
everything she's doing.
yes.
Kiran, you are the best person because you exquisitely write articles. But let's see if we can do a talking article as well. So within the article, if we can do a bit of reels as well, where it's talking. Because Seema, you know, you were in Delhi. Light landing from Delhi, which would be a main international airport. The drive from Delhi to Kasoli is also exciting. So from Delhi, the excitement can start, and Alicia has got all that planned too as well, that you can be welcome from the airport right to the destination. In the process of traveling, you start enjoying, and then she has done a hands-on planning of the retreats. It can be 3-day, 5-day, 7-day, and the sunset and the sunrises, the pictures she shared with us are simply scintillating.
That's
Yeah,
what
we
I
can do
was
lots of
using
fun things. Maybe even, you know, because we're only allowed so much space on Substack and so many pictures. I'll have to look into videos, but it can be part 1, part 2, part 3, just like I did for my time and fashion
You're
thing.
so kind. Thank you. As you wish. It's your.
No, definitely. We will liaise and we'll, you know, explore ideas together and we'll put it into action, you know.
And you know, Alicia, I wanted to say you make us all very proud with what
Yeah.
you've done.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
You know, at such a young age, and you know how you just lifted yourself out of the UK, went back home to Delhi, and in a matter of no time, you started this very short span of time. You know, I
Yeah.
think
It took a
within
while,
3 months or
but-
4 months of moving back, you started.
Yeah. I think I'm going to
It-
connect you with my daughter as well, you know, that
Yes,
generation.
so interesting. I was listening to what you were saying about the work that she does. So interesting. Yeah, I would love to.
Need to connect
to
with
connect
all of
with
these
her.
people.
Mala, your work is amazing, and you've done so much in I'd say so little time.
You know, listening to all of you, and we all connect. And Alicia, I wish I met her when she was here. I would have got her into the projects as well.
Oh.
And Hansa, I mean, you're doing all the right things, I want to say. I was going to bring that in later on my surplus food talk. And you just nailed it. You just hit the right buttons. And that was an education. And I must say, well done. You could be a change maker as well, leading families and your community. Because
He is a change maker, and you should follow her on Plant White on Instagram. She's very, you know what I love about you, Anisha, is you take yourself out of the box. You know what I mean? You take yourself out of that comfort zone, and you're not scared to explore, and you're daring when it comes to food and recipes.
She's
and I love
purposeful.
that.
She's very purposeful.
Purposeful. That's the word.
Very
Purposeful.
purposeful.
Very purposeful.
Thank you. But
That's the word.
everything that we've spoken about here and we constantly talk about on Healing Our Earth, I've tried to implement everything into the retreat, because if we can be sustainable, more sustainable, and if we can buy locally and grow our own food and do all these things and build communities and give back to the farmers over there. I mean, everything we've just talked about over here, we can talk about it, but if we don't put it into action, then it's just an idea, So I want to thank you, ladies, as well, for giving me that inspiration and to listen to it and, and to have all of you on you. And I've learned so much just listening to, Hansa and Mala as well today. And I'll be keeping that with me moving forward as well.
Sure. And I'm going to forward you the notes on Seema and my delivery for later today. You know, I know you have to go. I'm mindful of that. So I'll forward it to you.
And
Thank you.
beautiful dish, yummy dish. I'm going to try it out.
Please do share pictures.
I will. I'll share pictures with the black rice. And we wish you all the best, Alicia.
All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Global Namaste to everybody. Thank you for having me on. Such a privilege.
Global Namaste.
Mala. Back to you.
Ah, exciting things, huh?
Thank you for your patience, and sorry we had to go back and forth. We're just trying to accommodate all our lovely people, who have so many wonderful things to contribute here.
And you know what I like about it, because I can see the connection, all the things I'm doing, and that's what people are already doing. And we need to make this platform greater and go out there. Like Neil said, let's use this. And I've trialed it out in my borough. And now everyone else is doing it in their homes. And exactly what Hansa was talking about, using the basic ingredients and bulk food. We're going through this crisis, living crisis at the moment, with the shortage of food and all kinds of issues, energy. And I say, that's what I should do on the cooking. Get families to bulk up the food with nutrition. That nutrition is the most important thing. And you don't need to have expensive ingredients, pulses, just expand it and use vegetables that give children energy and enough greens in it, but also make it interesting, exciting, color, flavor, and get them involved in that cooking. And it's education. Education starts from their home.
Right.
And I've tried it with people that they had literacy levels, or they came from various cultures and they couldn't understand how to speak English. But it's identifying colors, shapes, and getting them involved in it. And then we transferred our skills, and we shared and exchanged. And as we call ourselves food ambassadors and food champions. And sometimes there are food champions within people that are socially excluded from society for whatever reason. And just beautiful things came out of it. And so that's why I want to say, it's giving people, if we can do it on a local level, why not go bigger? Like Neil said, take it to another level, to Africa. And I think we all have that power to do that, share and exchange, and help projects become sustainable. And yes, there's lots more to share. I wanted to talk about food safety. And I think, as we all know, when we're looking at online cooking shows, etc., it's always about what's going on in the background. And I think food safety is about handling, storing, and preparing food to prevent infection and help to make sure that our food keeps enough nutrients for us to have a healthy diet. And it also we must ensure that contaminants that can cause foodborne illnesses are not present in food prep, storage, and distribution. So it's very important now we handle food. I always say the golden rule with food is clean as you go. I don't know if Kieran agrees with me, an expert chef. I always like to clean as you go. So you make sure your workspaces, your environment is clean and free of, as much as possible, unfriendly bacteria. When you're working in busy kitchens, or even if you have a family too as well, you could be so busy answering the phone. We're all into our technology, so just the fact that you're holding a phone in your hand and you cook and you touch other ingredients or equipment, it's cross-contamination as well. And it's easily done in a very highly pressurized environment as well.
So Mala, do you mind if I just, just chime in here? So just for the purpose of our viewers, to give them an idea on cross-contamination, exploit it a little bit more here, and expound it. So first of all, going back to clean as you go, yes. Every time you see someone cleaning as they go in the kitchen, they've been trained from the school of hard knocks, that's for sure. So they've had a good mentor, they've had a good leader training them, and that's when you see that action go into play, clean as you go. And it just comes so automatically and naturally. That's the most hygienic thing. Now let's talk about cross-contamination, like you said, the holding of the phone or touching on your personal things, and then the next thing. So share a little bit about that.
So it's absolutely important before you touch food, always wash your hands and wash it thoroughly before cooking. And you'll have to wash your hands quite a few times whilst cooking food and preparing food. Even if you touch your hair, your mouth, your nose, during the seasonal periods. In summer, there's hay fever, you'll be sneezing a lot. Or in winter, you'll have the sniffles and the coughs. And while you're cooking, you tend to have that. You'll just have to constantly wash your hands and make sure you dry that. And also, going to the toilet, there's times when people, you possibly go to the toilet and you'll be wearing an apron or your chef's coat. Always remember, if you're in a hurry, make sure you take that off. During my training sessions, people accidentally did that, or they had babies and they had to quickly go and change the babies. And in my training sessions, I used to do some role plays with the students. And it's quite interesting how sometimes it's easily forgotten when you're overwhelmed in your head and you're trying to get the food ready and prep and trying to get everything done on time. And it's the basic, most fundamental things you can forget, easily done. So it's always important to ensure you wash your hands, because as you go along your environment, you pick up bacteria. Bacteria is constantly growing. And as much as you can clean your environment, you just don't know. Somebody would have come in with some hygiene issues, and you could have touched or had cross-contamination or interacted with the person. Or even the foods, the raw ingredients that you brought, from its logistics and transportation, you could have picked up any type of bacteria along the way. So it's very important to ensure you wash your hands thoroughly. If you've got long hair when you're cooking, make sure you tie your hair back. If you've got short hair and the front is sort of longish, covering your face, make sure you use an Alice band or any band or grip to grip it back. Or you could wear those hair nets. Most people don't like wearing them, but I think it's quite useful when you're in a kitchen. And also, I discovered during the cooking period, there are people that sweat a lot. And it's not through the steam in the kitchen or the heat and rushing around, but it's their own body. Some women are hormonal and they oversweat, or it could be their tension and nerves or pressure. So make sure you don't drip on the food. Try and, stand away from and make sure you have anything like your tissues or to wipe your face. Just please make sure you don't drip, because I've seen that happen as well in cooking sessions. And you're unaware of it. You can't see it happening. It's just human nature. But
So,
if you're cooking...
Mala, I'm not sure if you have some principles at the end of this, but if you do, I welcome those. But let's talk about, okay, so food service, food safety in a professional kitchen, restaurant, it's all well and good because the training is provided, qualifications are required, serve safe, and food safety is a requirement. That's all well and good. But just for our viewers today and tomorrow, the home chefs, the home cooks, what is your advice to them on, the essentials of you have to go to the bathroom, come back to the kitchen? How do they remember things like that, or to wash their hands again, or move their hair out of the face? For those who are cooking at home and saying, well, I'm healthy, I'm cooking at home for my family. What are the things that they should consider? How can we help them identify those?
This is what they should be. I mean, during COVID, that was a very good example of how we should, take care during COVID period. We ensured cross-contamination and stayed 2 meters away, and surfaces, everybody had to wash their hands. And I think that's good guidelines as well to continue with. But it's hard to, it's a massive platform to get families to know how to keep clean. But I think it's keep on raising awareness on platforms like this and our cooking projects as well. When you're in your home, it's how you word it and how you phrase it to them. Ensure you wash your hands and you use the right equipment, and your cleaning surface should be clean. So I think even public health could help with this as well, because we have a lot of interaction with families, and it's getting that narrative out to them and getting the words out there and saying them in your home.
With the addition possibly of pictures as well.
Yeah,
because pictures speak volumes. I'm talking about getting that literacy to those who are not schooled. Is there something that can be done by?
I think it's a very interesting point you brought up, because no one's ever thought about it or mentioned it in the home. And I think now there is a conversation that we can start. And I would like to take that to public health, because we give out a lot of information to families and about cooking and nutrition, but including the health and safety of preparing.
We lost Mala again.
Yeah.
Am I hello?
There you are.
You're back.
Yeah, I think we could start.
Oops. We can't hear you.
Gone?
You're back.
Mala, you're coming in and out intermittently. If you're connected via laptop or something, do you want to try to connect via phone and see if it's seamless? Because maybe the home bandwidth might be low today.
Could be, yeah.
Low signal here. Maybe try to connect via phone. And I will put Seema and Kiran to summarize so far, because there have been beautiful points. And we want to bring points in a simple form so people at home can adapt and use them as a tip. So Mala, try to connect via phone. You can still be connected here. I'm going to put you in the gallery.
Yeah.
Over to you, Seema and Kiran.
Thank you.
Kiran, I loved your point about the home setting, about the awareness of food hygiene in the home setting.
Thank you.
How to bring that awareness into the home. This is something.
Seema, I mean, in the restaurant industry, or even in healthcare where I worked, we would have pictures, from food safety. You have very simple pictures, cross off means no, okay, smile means yes, whatever, in the kitchen and all that, for people who speak different languages.
Right.
But what about something from home? I mean, that was a great story, great reminder she brought about the chef's coat and apron. I mean, I dealt with so many of it. I was like the police, following them around. Oh, you came to the bathroom. Are you going to change your coat? You wore your coat, you wore your apron, blah, blah. It was hard. But okay, enough about that, because that's reinstated. That's there. That's not our job. Okay, I'm not there anymore. That's not my job. Here today, it's about our viewers, who are at home, cooking from home. I want them to receive this understanding as well.
Well,
how do we pass this information to
them? Like Mala said, on platforms like this, and I think we have to increase awareness, but how to increase that awareness, right? We take it so much for granted that we're cooking at home. Do we tie our hair? Okay, I do. I put my hair up always, and I put it into a.
Yeah.
I have a muslin cloth that I tie it up with, okay?
For sure.
But things like washing your hands repeatedly, it is so important. Now, I learned that because I'm from the food business. Cross-contamination, like she spoke of, with the school.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even discussed cross-contamination. There are so many
examples. If you use, this is a vegan vegetarian kitchen, but I'm aware of cross-contamination between non-veg and vegetarian foods,
100%.
Non-vegetarian.
That's why I said we haven't even touched. We haven't even scratched the surface here.
So much. We haven't even scratched the surface. But does the home cook know this?
No, but that's where Hansa comes in. Hansa writes all these beautiful stories about children's books and all that. Gorgeous pictures, amazing story, and that's the authors like Hansa, where they would come in and say, we could do a little, fun thing. Like, what did I say to you in the beginning of the start of the show? What is my grandson, 6-year-old, learning in school? To be an eco-hero.
Eco-hero, right? Absolutely. And,
Karen, what I found, people like Hansa, the educators, come in on this platform, so to speak.
Agreed, completely. Something, I have to add this, something as simple now. Again, it's a vegan vegetarian kitchen and I'm divulging from the topic, but I have seen so many homes where there's one chopping board for the vegetables and the non-vegetarian meat. Hello.
No,
It is such a
needs to be
big
color
no-no.
coordinated and put
It's a
in different
huge
places.
no-no.
I don't think, and talking about scratching surfaces, I don't think we've even talked about how hot the water needs to be when you're washing your cutting boards and things, you know.
And how about layering in the fridge? Where to
Yeah,
put your cooked
yeah.
food,
I
where to
have
put your
pictures
raw
of
food.
those, where to
I
put
have
the
pictures
raw
of
meat
those,
and
with
all that stuff.
labels and everything.
Yeah,
There
there's
is
a lot,
so
but
much that needs to be covered. Hansa, we need you. Your storytelling and everything. We really need you in that
and
dimension.
so it's like, oh, where did I get myself into?
But it's
Seema, I
important.
already had 10 books in my head, and you put in 4 books in my head. I need more time, and I need people to help me.
Answer: to whom much is given, much is expected of. Remember.
But I love this eco hero concept.
Yeah,
I think
I've
I'm
been
going to
thinking about you since
share this with my
yesterday.
grandchildren and
Yes,
encourage them to be eco heroines. I've got 4 granddaughters.
there you
They
go.
can be eco heroines, you know.
Love it.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to take that to them. I absolutely love that concept, you know.
I have to say something. The generation today, I'm sorry to cut you in, is very aware about certain elements, certain aspects, basics of food hygiene. I don't know whether they probably learned it in school. I've got 2 daughters, and I, like you, have 4 eco-heroines, and I put them into the kitchen at a very young age. You know, we would bake together, we'd make cookies together in Hong Kong, you know, we'd knead the dough together. And of course, the awareness was always there to wash your hands before, to dye your hair. You know, Radhika's got long hair, so she always ties her hair up. And they're pretty good cooks, you know, one's 19 and one's 22, and I'm very proud of them. They're in university and they're doing their own stuff. And a lot of it attributes back to my childhood when I grew up in Kenya. And the food culture in Kenya is very, very strong. At breakfast, you start thinking what to make for lunch, and lunch, you start thinking what to make for tea, and at tea, you start thinking what to make for dinner. Basically, that's, and at dinner, you start thinking what you're going to make the next day. That's how strong the food culture is in Kenya. And my mom encouraged all of us to be in the kitchen at a very young age because she was from the food business itself. And my dad used to tell her, and I'll say this in Punjabi, Randy, bache, leave them, their children, cook tang kar rahi hai. What is it? Why are you troubling the children? And she would turn around to my dad and say, she would say, my dad's name was Hare Krishna, so she would call him HK. She would say, HK. And I'll say this in English. She'd say, Maine pata hai. I know, okay? It's very important that the girls should study. I know you're a doctor and you want the girls to be educated and have a career. It's very important, and I agree with that. But what are they going to feed their husbands? Their books, you know? And my dad would just stay quiet and he'd say, oh, I can't win with your mother, kind of thing. And that same thing has gone down with me and my sister, who has 2 girls as well. But I feel the food hygiene element that I'm bringing in here, it is also passed down from mother to daughter, yes. But more so now, I don't know if it's with the IB degree or what it is, you know, the IB curriculum or what's happening in school. Children are very aware, like Gayatri, she knows exactly where to store her food in the fridge. She knows everything about chopping boards, you know, Radhika's the same. They're a lot more aware. So there's a gap somewhere in the generations that has lost this wealth of wisdom. How to reach.
Seema, don't forget the boys, because it's not just the girls.
Boys too. Sorry, I speak.
All children, you have to involve them in the kitchen from a very young age.
I have daughters, so I speak of daughters, of course, but they're
And
boys, they're girls.
again, if you make it into a play thing, you know, so if you're making chapatis, you give some atta and flour to your little, you know, grandson and get him to make the dough and roll the chapatis and make it like a game. You know, I've got a son and a daughter, and I did exactly the same with my son and my daughter. I'll tell you a really beautiful story, because when I used to encourage my son to be in the kitchen, and we had a rule that we were a team in the house, and my son, my daughter, everyone had to contribute to how the house ran, including the cooking and the cleaning. And on a Saturday morning, my son's friends used to come, and my son had to do, his bit of cleaning and his bit of cooking. And they used to think that I was a very strict mom. And they said, oh, my mom does everything for me, and your mom makes you do these things. But the beautiful thing about this was when he went to university, none of his friends could cook, and they relied on my son to do all the cooking. And my son's actually turned out to be a wonderful cook, but it's because I never made that distinction. And as a family, you have to work as a team. Everybody does the cooking, cleaning, everything, including the boys and the men in the house. And, and it's the same with the concept of sustainability, safety, all those things we are talking about today. We have the education starts in the home, and we have the easiest way to get our children and grandchildren to do something is to do it ourselves, and to set that example and be a role model. And when they watch you doing it, they will automatically do it. And if you turn it into like a play, as soon as they're able to engage in that kind of play, you begin to engage them. And don't worry if they make a mess or whatever they do. It's developing those skills at a very early age, and getting them to be curious about the normal day-to-day things like cooking and cleaning, including sustainability, getting them to take an interest in nature, getting them into the garden, getting them to grow their own vegetables and sow the seeds themselves and water the plants, and watch the animals and the birds in the garden. And it's getting them to engaging them at an as early age as possible, and you being the role model and you setting the example for that.
What about the mother who hasn't had access to that awareness or wisdom? That's my question. What about her?
Yeah.
I'm sure my grandmother didn't know half as much about food hygiene and food wisdom as my mother did. My mother educated herself because she was in a foreign country. She was in the food business. There were certain rules and regulations. She ran a business. She wrote a cookbook. What about the lady who, or the man, for that example, the mother or the father, in all fairness, who doesn't have access to the wisdom? How do we reach them? How do we educate them? Kiran, this is my point. It's a big question I have. None of us are
where the
perfect.
seva comes in, doesn't it?
It's the seva, yeah.
Seva, this is
I mean, this world is huge, and we have a huge topic, and it's going to take years to put the education of what we're talking about out there, and for people to be interested in blah, blah, blah. But going back to what Hansa was saying about the children, I made a note. If they are paying attention, they will remember. And what I mean by that is it's kind of like a memory thing. How do you remember things? Well, if somebody introduces me to Hansa and I'm paying attention to your name, I can then for sure remember it, depending on where I put in my mind and how I associate your name with what group. I will remember it. But if I'm not paying attention and somebody introduces me to you at an event and I'm not paying, my eyes are wandering, I'm never going to remember your name. So it's same with the children, how you put it out there, like going back to the refrigerator. The bad stuff goes down, and then the better stuff goes up and up and up and up, right? That's stacking. It's a picture. It's a picture. It's in your memory, the bad and then the better and better. And that's how it sticks. And that's how we communicate, whether with children or the elderly. We haven't even touched on the elderly care, dementia, and all of that stuff. The care of them when it comes to food safety and hygiene and sustainability. How about them when we put our fingers in taking care of these people? It's huge. It's going to take years. And I say that to whoever broaches me on this subject. It's going to take years. It'll be after my time, not during my time.
Kieran, I think I think, we touch so much, it's broader.
Mhm.
And when I prototyped these, listening to all of you and the families and the backgrounds, and they were deprived, etc. So these are the people I worked with that had no tools or access to all of this, and we engaged. Now that we have all these multiple digital platforms,
Right.
we can and start. I think we need to raise this with public health as well and say, right, you've missed a trick here. You've
That's
missed
where you come in, lady.
Yes.
That's your job. That's why you're here right now,
and I think we need to bring this to them and say, right, we can reach these platforms, and you've missed something here about food hygiene.
Yeah, and I'm grateful that Neil can have this recording, and it will be transported to us afterwards so that we can save it and make notes and share and all of that stuff, because the memory is not going to help us, so and then write it down, journal. It's a new year, and put it in mind. When I have time, I'm going to engage in this. When I have time, I'm going to connect with this. When I have time, I'm going to put this forward. Because if we don't start thinking like this, then it's not going to happen. I mean,
And
I don't think
Kiran,
the whole project is not going to happen. I mean, what we just discussed will not happen if we don't actively pursue what we are talking about. Sorry, Neil, go ahead.
Kiran, you mentioned about the recording. So we are actually broadcasting live on several partner channels on a YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and a website. We are live already, and the moment the session is closed, the original links becomes recordings. As you say, a recording can be fast forward, stop, and re-listen to. And in a simple format, one of the things that I want to lead you to, ladies, right now, if you can tell the viewers, just temporarily, and each one of you can put your hand up, two things. Number 4, there are 4 types of food contamination. There are several, but from a health and hygiene at the top level, these are identified as the 4 types: physical, biological, chemical, and allergenic. From there, we break into 5 types of common ways the food can be contaminated. One of them, as you will all agree, is temperature abuse. If not cooked correctly, you will have problem. Or if you don't, because your gut and your stomach can handle it, you are okay, but at some point during some age, you will be. The next one we just discussed is a cross-contamination. In 2016, we put it to the government and the electronic company who makes refrigerators as well to put a health warning like a cigarette box into the opening door. They refused because they said it will just cause panic. We don't agree with them. So once it is rejected, it's only after 5 years you can resubmit. And I can challenge you that pretty soon, meaning in our lifetime, there will be a warning in the fridge and freezers, because that's the only way you can educate people. We move on to the next one, which is the unsafe ingredients. Sometimes we use ingredients that are not safe. We need to read, if we buy from outside, what the ingredients are. You can be allergic to it, you can be having a reaction to it. We move to the next one, and we discuss that: improper storage conditions. If you don't store food correctly, you have a good chance of having it contaminated. And finally, something that you guys may not be involved with is the shipping damage. So if a food was manufactured in a country A, shipped what they think was safely to country B, whether it's via air or sea, then from there it goes to the depot of the buyer. From there it goes to the supermarket. From there it goes to the supermarket storage and supervisor. From there it is put on a trolley and taken to the freezing department where they restore it again so the consumer can open the fridge. And the guy has forgotten, and his call came, and that food has been sitting for more than 2 hours, almost semi-thawed, but he has put it back in. So at the time when you pick it up, it was solid frozen. You have a good chance of catching some sort of ailment from them. Now, these are professionally identified situation, and all of you have touched some point here. Now, how do we get to the consumer level where the housewife, who is very good because she doesn't know E. coli, she doesn't know salmonella, and she doesn't know listeria when she looks at the food. But when she touches the rice and she thinks, this is very sticky, I might as well throw, or she sees the sour milk going off and she can smell that the milk has gone off, you throw away, but they don't have that litmus paper to test it. So I put it back to you now, slightly complicated. Give me the tips at the not to me, to the people who are not from the food industry, where they can simply understand and know fast how they can make a safer food environment. Over to you, ladies. Thank you. Women empowerment. Here we go.
Great contribution. Yeah, so we will be touching on those. I have markers on all of those notes. And it would be, I mean, you can Google all of this information, you will get what you need, even about cross-contamination. We can put the whole food safety journal, on healing our earth, and people can glean from that. There are so many simple ways, but you have to be able to arouse the interest of the viewers, those who want to learn, are interested, care enough, themselves, their family, their planets, instead of handing it out on a platter and then you don't know if it's going to be consumed or not, the information, I mean. So it has to be, we can do all of this, we can put it out there. Do they want it? Do they want to receive it? So that is up to the end user here. Much to do, going back to much to do, I want to put Mala back on to finish. She has been so patient and we let her jump on that. Thank you.
Yes, there's a lot of work to do. I don't think it's difficult because coming from my experience on this, it has been done. But like I've said, going back to public health, where they impose quite a lot on the public or on people, but I think there's a gap and they've left something out there. Now, I think there's work to be done, and I'm happy to start with this type of work. In terms of storage,
sorry, Mala. I think, like, in terms of what Neil was saying, reference point to the 5, you can't bring this issues up. They can't reemerge until the 5-year gap. I think that we have the whole pandemic behind us to say, no, now's the time. No, we can't, should be able to bring certain things up. We can't flood the place with everything, but sure, I think there would be more leeway. Would you agree?
Absolutely, because the pandemic did help us to identify, to adhere to rules that were imposed on us. And those were good rules as well, but it's keeping that culture and developing a habit, make it a habit, in the home. So, and it's not difficult. It's like breastfeeding, there's rules when you have the breastfeeding nurses, for example, they nurture these families and they educate them just like that. We can use food hygiene in the home as an example and use the tools that are available. It's there. We just need, and you made a good point, whether people would want this. Education is important. You can give them all the tools. Are they going to use it?
Yeah, and that's the thing, we can do some research and provide resources and provide links, whatever. I'm sure many people have contributed to all of that, and all the information is available. And but then it's up to the people, do you want to use, because the tools and resources are out there. I 100% vouch for that, it is there, information is available.
But also I think we need to get schools involved. It's always nipping it in the bud and getting schools involved in their curriculum to add this to guidance and right living or whatever, other subjects I have to help people about.
Yeah, now school is a good point, but it all depends. Is it a government school? Is it a private school? And then schools with the pays for the teachers, with the curriculum, the tight curriculum and scheduling, are always going to defer back to the parents. Would you like to be involved? Maybe the PTA can do something like that, and blah blah blah. It'll always come back to the parents. So are the parents willing? Do they have the time to do this now?
I think actually they will. From my experience, it was hard for them in the beginning. And when I trialed it into the prototype, they were very concerned about their children and their hygiene and cross-contamination on a smaller scale, on a borough level. I did it. And it did work. And I believe using the basic tools and making it simplifying it is the best method. And I think we could do this. And once they see this message all the time, just like COVID, you create that education.
It becomes a lifestyle thing, doesn't it? Once
It becomes your lifestyle.
It becomes lifestyle if you keep sending the message out there, right?
Yes, and then once it's very graphic. If you see it all the time, do it, and they will. It's creating that culture and a thought process as well.
Maybe even through social media, nonstop feeding through social media for the young ones, because that's what they respond to, right?
Immediately on their phones, action, react, and get them involved in lessons. So yeah, there's great possibility it'll make a positive impact, and I don't think it would take too long. It's just getting the statutory groups to get involved and lead on it as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Like Hansa spoke, what Hansa said about making it a game for your children. Now I'm talking about very young children.
Yeah.
And this is something I did with my girls. Do you remember the song, This Is the Way We Wash Our Hands?
Yes.
I mean,
good one, Seema. That's a good one.
Little things like that. That's the way.
Yeah.
That's the way
And then
we
there's
used
the
to
way
brush
we
our teeth in
comb
the
our hair,
morning.
or brush our hair like
Yes.
Brush
Yeah.
your
I mean,
teeth,
all of this, brush our teeth, comb our hair.
Hansa, do you remember that one?
I mean, that's the way. I mean, I did it with my girls. This is the way we wash our hands.
And then, if they're paying attention, they will remember.
And they will, because it's fun, because you've made it a game. You see, anything, if you see the education we went through in school, when I was in nursery school, we sat behind desks in Kenya, okay? And when my children went to nursery school, or kindergarten, as we call it, I was sitting on the floor with them for the first 2 days, and the teacher would say, let's play. They would have circle time, they would warm up, they would sing a lovely song together, they would sing Incy Wincy Spider, they would say hello to everyone, or some nursery rhyme or the other, and they would sit in a circle, and the teachers would say, okay, this is your lesson today, A is for apple, these are your phonetics, blah, blah. But they would make it a game. And that's where it becomes fun. And when it becomes fun, there's an impression in the child's mind and it stays there.
Good point.
What we need to do.
Good point. I don't know how advanced our thinking is in comparison to what the younger generation is learning. Perhaps, I'm just going to put it out there, perhaps if we connect with teachers who have masters in early childhood development, would that help?
100%. Because they would know how to approach the mind of a child.
And ladies, your thoughts, Mala and Hansa, on this point, on this question?
Well, I think they do. I mean, that's where it starts, and they could lead on this as well, because you need these academics to start writing, to including it. There's a lot that's left out, and I think now discovering all of these needs, I think time's running out, and we need to work faster on this as well.
I am hoping and praying that somebody is watching this out there and they're listening or will be listening to the recording due to time zone, and is going to take up on this lead and listen to our prayers, so to speak,
I just thought about something. A lot of the times we don't realize cross-contamination in the home and illnesses. I know during the winter periods and things, people get sick, and that hygiene comes in there during those colder months. this is education for all of us. And I'm just thinking about it now. I just realized when I go around the children's centers and nurseries, I always come back either ill or I pick up something. And families need the education and they want this, and they don't understand it because they're too busy buzzing around with their children and families, trying to feed them and, lead their daily routines. And I don't think they actually know or stop for a minute to think, oh, okay, it's the way I'm cooking, the way I'm handling food, or I've just probably passed on something or transferred it from somewhere else. So there you go. This is a conversation. So yes, we need to get the academics.
Yeah, I
hope
think
people
Seema
are
has,
listening.
has something to offer here. Seema?
Say something. Families are busy, agreed. But how many mothers or fathers will hold back from helping their children with their academic homework? Not many. They will sit there and explain their mathematics or the ABCDs to them. I think there's no compromise here. The same way you would take out the time to do this for your children's academic, that this should be part of the curriculum. It is essential for your overall well-being. There is no compromise. When COVID happened, the children were educated on wearing a mask. They were educated on applying sanitizer to the hands. It may have been a game in school that we're putting the sanitizer in my hands, it's so clean, oh, I'm shiny, whatever. But there is no compromise. It has to be installed into the system. Like you said, there is no time, and we cannot afford to compromise on this. Mala, you very rightly said about illnesses in winter. A lot of it could be related to food hygiene. The water's cold. You don't want to wash your hands. Children in schools. I worked in a kindergarten I worked at the ASF in Hong Kong as a supply teacher with very young children. And we would have bathroom time, and we would actually have to go into the bathroom outside the bathroom. Of course, the children would go in on their own. When they came out, they had to make sure they washed their hands, because children will not. They'll just put their hands under water and they'll dry them. You have to really sing a song and get them to use the soap and make those bubbles and blow those bubbles and make it fun and do it. It requires a lot of effort and time, but like I said, parents will not compromise on homework. They will not compromise on maths. They will not compromise on that gymnastics class or that dance class, or turning their daughter into the next ballerina or singer. Then why not do this? There's no, you have to do it. You don't have a choice. You're going to take your child for football class on a Saturday, spend 10 minutes with him or her regarding food hygiene. It's important to have worksheets, have diagrams, have coloring books, whatever, but do it.
Good points. Lots of good points.
Lots to be done. I'm thinking all kinds of things right now. It's amazing.
Wheels are turning.
So can I come in here, Seema, Kiran, and Mala? We have got a project going on in Mauritius. Professor Ish Sharma is in talk with Mauritius government and started the project from the Ayush Ministry of India, where the school are encouraged to provide some sort of land where children can start planting foods and grow their own food and vegetables, and they feel the ownership, and by the time they turn into adult, will farm other children to form the same habit. We can, so please Kiran, Seema, and Mala, make a note now. In our group that we will create for the school education project, we will involve Professor Ish Sharma because he's directly involved to the government going through to the school. We will involve Dr. Rajiv Gupta from Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart, because it's all to do with food. We will go with my original concept where I feel that every project we bring health and food and sustenance and green for the earth should start with children first. Because if we can convince the children and school authority, then we can go to the appropriate media and the parliamentarians. Because this is the way of how the process works. And so this again is beautiful, what you ladies have come up with a theme and a discussion. We have now formed a very good a group that we will create, which will bring this project's fruition to the education authority, through to the children as they grow with us from Healing Our Earth. Some of us may be walking with stick and having a different lifestyle in 30 years from now. But in our lifetime, we, the Healing Our Earth, can be the conduit for making this happen. So thank you. Over to you, girls.
Thanks, Neil.
Thank you.
So what Neil was saying, so MCM, Malawi Children's Mission, started the program, I think 4 years ago. We started growing, tomatoes, maize. Maize is their staple. So we started with maize, so agriculture, planting, all of that stuff, and just helping the children with that sustainability thing. And that worked really, really well, for them to be able to dig and plant from seedling to fruit, and seeing the work of their the labor of their hands, those happy smiles that we captured in pictures, seeing them do this. And then we started another program on just craftsmanship, for the young men, for the boys, so that they can take care of themselves. So it's not just, hey, you provide an education and then you move on and you're on your own in the world, No, here are your resources, here are the tools, now go act upon it, So all the way through. But the reason I bring it up is because we did start this and it's still going famously, and we have pictures, So if anybody wants to know more about that, go on to Malawi Children's Mission website and you'll see what the children are doing there.
Yeah, a lot of the schools are doing, or what you just said, planting trees. It's like they encourage the child. Like my daughter had a plant in school, and that was her baby, and she had to take responsibility and look after the plants. They would grow mung beans and all these little things, and more.
And even the chefs have programs,
Yes, indeed.
where they bring, like in California, they have property and they hold classes out in the gardens, and they teach them how to plant and grow and eat, or eat what they grow, That's
and Hong Kong space is limited. So they'd either have something planted in a pot, or they'd use the rooftop of the school, where they just guarded off the children to grow.
Sure.
And my girls were at Glenealy, which you would know is a very good school. And they had a rooftop garden and children were planting, etc. But having said this is okay. A few of the schools that have the budget to do it.
Yes, correct.
Not every school has that kind of a budget. Right now, they're trying to decide on schools are battling with the general, what to give them at break time, all those soggy biscuits that are laden with maltodextrin and all these horrible ingredients, or how to keep children healthy. So everything needs a huge budget.
Yeah, there have to be many players in programs like this,
Exactly.
Some funding, just like for MCM, somebody's in charge of funding, somebody's in charge of nutrition, somebody's in charge of education,
like you said, you're hoping someone out there really hears us right now. And I feel the same way, that, I really hope there is someone out there who hears us on this platform, that a lot needs to be done. It needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of committed players. It needs funding. It needs awareness, education. There's so
dedication, research,
resources, etc. Everything.
Lots of things. Yeah. It's okay.
And Mala's an expert here. I wait for her input. You're so patient, Mala. Thank you.
No, what I love about it is while you're all talking, I've already got plans in my head and I'm working them out. That's brilliant because we're all on the same page. And I think, like you were saying, there's a lot of work to be done. But I think we could shortcut and fast track it, because during COVID, government's put in very quick plans, you know, they work super fast to get all the policies, procedures, and, you know, what was needed for COVID or the vaccines as well. And I'm sure we can do this. We're not short of technology anymore or digital platforms. And they need to identify where they're wasting money and where their lack is and the gaps. And we could bring that in and say, right, this is where, alongside that procedure or policy on food, add this. It's additional, but it's imperative that they, you know, include it. So, for instance, we have a lot of information on nutrition. Every council is very busy. Their policies to reduce food waste, food insecurity, but include nutrition. Nutrition is the most fundamental thing right now in a child's life. And they're all tapping into it and trying to tackle it at an early age of a child. But we should include that narrative and writings in that additional material that they're giving out. And find a way, yeah. So I think it's there. We just need to get it to them.
Mara, actually, the system is such, this is my observation, that sorry to cut you, is there's a lot of awareness being created with children on what you should be eating. Have your fruits, have your berries, have your this, have your that, makes you big and strong, papaya and spinach, blah, 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 blah. And what do they get at break time? White bread and jam.
Yeah. And our project, we created a food policy, and it was imposed on us by our funders. And it was not eating white bread, buying brown bread, or cutting down on your sugars and using alternatives. So Lambert's very strict on that, and they really work fast on it. So we had public health come and check on our projects if I'd cook or deliver something. And I think there's a lot of laziness around it as well, where the people delivering on the front line, they need to you know, they need somebody watching over them as well. And you've got to be really strict and passionate about doing this kind of work. You must mean what you say, and you must deliver. So I had a food policy, interesting, I'll quickly bring that up. We called it Veg Power. And everybody thought like, oh, carrots, onions, you know, the boring old thing. No, it wasn't. We focused on vegetable-based meals to inspire us to eat more veg generally and to make our community cook. They were cooking easier and safer. And for example, sugar-free, we looked at other interesting ideas about sugar-free desserts. For example, we make up little oat balls with coconut, no sugar, and I'd use the zest of an orange or a lemon or something to give it flavor. It's using your herbs from the garden to flavor your rice. It was just different things, but reducing the oil content in food. For example, get children to drink more water than drinking sugary drinks at 10 o'clock in the morning. Like in England, we have the pound shop. So everybody buys these massive sugary drinks for cheap for a pound. And what we do is we would take away those sugary drinks and put lovely, healthy, like segments of oranges, anything with flavor in it, into the water jugs. And then the children automatically would go out for that. And they knew there's no sugary drinks. So they'd top up with the water and it's flavored. And we'd use leaves, mint leaves, cucumbers. There's so many alternatives. It's greater. And it worked. I'm sure if you're living in England, you heard of the Holiday Hunger Project, the half-term HAF projects. It was now endorsed by Marcus Rashford, the footballer. This project was funded by the GLA. It was originally called the Holiday Hunger Project, where children they could not access food during the holiday periods or half term, or their families couldn't afford to feed them because they were not in school. So we piloted this in Lambeth and other boroughs, and we'd cook food and include vegetables in them and get it out to the children. They rejected it in the beginning, and eventually we got them involved in the cooking process, and then they enjoyed it. Now I find it a legacy. On one of my projects or charities, the youngsters, the teenagers are leading on the cooking, and they go into the garden and they're bringing all the fresh fruit and vegetables or whatever seasonal products we have, and they include that. So it works. It's work. It's hard work, but once you start the groundwork and you get families involved and parents involved, and then you're good to go. Coming back to my policy, the food policy, we've got snacks. All our snacks are real healthy snacks, such as fruit, cheese, and popcorn. We're very creative. We make it exciting, and we display to children, so they don't need to go and eat like crisps and unhealthy snacks. We also do the waste to nothing. We aim to throw nothing away. We use washable plates and cutlery, and we get hold of surplus food wherever possible. So even a potato peel or a pumpkin peel, we grill that, and that's used as dips, and like our croutons, those are croutons. So you've got to be creative and innovative with food and get children involved, and that's what they want. Yeah.
How much time do you spend, Mala, at each interval, each project, hands-on?
Hands-on, maximum 4 to 5 hours. It's the washing up and everybody disperses with the end of the day. So if I'm training, I have 4 hours, because you got to get the children fed by 12 o'clock, and it's lunchtime. So I mainly focus on one pot cooking and easy ingredients from the garden. And so I work with surplus food strictly. And so I get what I get. So throw anything at me, a fruit and vegetable, I'll make something out of it. But it's training those families to shop wisely, ethically as well, locally, and within their budget range. And that is important.
How about recycling leftover surplus food that's cooked?
Right. So what we do is we've got composters, different compost bins, and we've got local gardens and farms, and we have volunteers that come in, or anyone going on that route, they just drop it off as well.
But do you ever recycle a cooked dish into another dish?
Yeah, we do. We recreate the dishes as well. Sometimes we have over surplus of rice, and it's just too much. And what we do is we would make stir fries with that, and we'd make khichdi as well. Everybody got used to khichdi in London. And then as an accompaniment, we'd make other rice ball, rice cakes, and we'd add vegetables like peas and things in there to bulk it up as well, and then grill them. This just, we're very creative. So we don't waste anything. Even a potato peel gets washed up, and we grill that, and that's croutons. And we give them out as snacks as well. So time consuming is 4 hours, but it's possible if you have enough people. If you plan yourself, you've got to plan and work within your means and your time, and don't go beyond that.
If you wash your vegetables and you wash your vegetables, scrub them really well, all the skins can be turned into a stock.
Yep. You can make stock with it. You can even freeze them. Absolutely. And it bulks the food up.
It's really yummy. Comes out really well. You slow simmer it, it comes out. So there's a lot can be done on the food wastage angle, which you're already doing so much with.
You're doing a lot.
My question is,
that commitment is huge. What you're doing, it's a huge commitment.
It's huge, but when you deliver it at the end, the satisfaction is the most important thing, and the beauty. Everybody got fed for free.
The joy.
The joy, and it's the deliverables that's important, and the aim. The objectives are important. That family ate, they were educated, the children took something home, and they want to take that vegetable food home as well. So it does work. Yeah.
How about this local supermarkets? I mean, the chains that we have, like Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Waitrose, Morrison's, whatever. I don't want to name one, two in little, whatever in particular. I'm sure they come into a lot of food waste to a certain extent, and expiration, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, vegetables that are gonna get bad within 4 days or whatever. Are there any initiatives being presented forward of how to use that food more for the needy, for schools, whatever? Because it can be done, but
we can't get involved in that. Those are
can.
different policies when it comes to supermarkets and all that. That's not our place. We can't get involved. They have a thing, and then after COVID, remember, all the policies changed. It's not safe. You've got to throw it away. They have completely different regulations and compliance there. So that's not the space.
In the UK, it's they give a lot of food away now. There's lots of digital platforms where you could access the food waste.
Waste,
I'm
yes.
very involved with the Sainsbury's nationally, even the Nando's and the KFCs and Whole Foods, Borough Market. They all have, you could collect their food as long as you sign a food policy with them and you have a food hygiene certificate. They do the due diligence where they inspect your site to see how you're cooking and where you're cooking. And yeah, you're good to go. Fair Share and the Felix Project are leaders in surplus food logistics. Throughout London, I had 16 Sainsbury's stores locally that asked me to collect food. And I just referred them to the big boys because it was a massive logistical job. What I do cross connecting where I network charities directly with stores. So yeah, there are policies in place and safety guidelines and things like that. So it's quite safe now to, but it's not good enough. People are still wasting in the supply chain. I mean, there's a difference between food loss and food waste. If I could, there's a slight difference there. I'll tell you why. So food loss most often occurs at the production, post-harvest, and processing stages of the food chain. And food waste occurs at the end of that food chain. So the food waste is, which is already produced for human consumption, and but then, you know, it's just gets discarded or not consumed by humans. So I think every year in the UK, globally, 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted globally.
Yeah, the numbers are far higher in the United States, much higher.
Yeah, much higher.
So question to you. So dented cans, we are not allowed to accept dented cans when the delivery comes in. What category does that fall into?
So that's surplus, dented, but you can use dented cans, but provided it's not rusty and there's no air or leakage or, you know, but it's a marketing tool. I mean, supermarkets want to present their products well. They're not going to want to sell those dented cans, but they do send them off to charities like the food banks. If a charity would accept that dented can, then that's it. The onus is on them. I accept a lot of dented cans and I take them. And provided it's not right, I always check. Yeah, you've got to check the products and inspect them if it's consumable and safe to cook with. Depending if it's rusty and if there's air going on and they open, then you obviously dispose it. You don't.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I think each country has different policies in that regard. Yeah.
So ladies, can I come in again, please? Let's come to now fruition and actually plan the projects so we bring in. So Mala, you make a note. I'm going to put you in touch into Midlands with Kirit Mistry, where we will carry out the outreach you are already doing with the councils in London. So it'll be very important. And then Kirit's responsibility is to involve the councils into Midlands. And Ramesh Gupta, who is part of Healing Our Earth, up north of England. So I think we cover the whole country between these 3 zones. So if you could do a simple paper on something that when we put them on a group, I'm planning to put everybody on a group master WhatsApp group where we will brainstorm. Kiran, you already have a mini blueprint for the Africa project where other countries can adapt that to a different style that suits with their local ministry. So that work, Kiran, that you have done and which has been there for years. So now we've also got sustainability report on it, the progress on it, and a testimony for it. Let's expand on it very fast and positively. Mala, concurrently, whilst you talk with the local councils, also encourage them to give their corporate sociability back to the third world countries. They do have funds. And they're okay, and we will lead them to it. So we will communicate between them to our project leaders in the different country. Meanwhile, we will bring Professor Ish Sharma, who has already started a project to government from Indian ministry. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who has already got eat smart, be smart, think smart, whatever it is, will be bringing in there. So this group will now start discussing this very specifically. And Kiran, you will again be very useful that you can create a Healing Our Earth newsletter on this. You always wanted to project and promote Healing Our Earth in a different light. Here it is. And Seema, you can make sure that this coordination takes place. I'm there with you guys all the way. And then let's take it to government level, because going through to children, enhancing their life, creating less obesity by also training on good food sustainability. So Seema, I come back to you here and I request you, since you are the producer for a 26th February episode with IAHV, and in that 4 hour, can you keep 1 hour, because this goes with that theme, the food sustainability as well, and environment, which is part of your event on that day. Maybe if you can allocate 1 hour to all this dynamic team, and then you can chat offline to Kiran as well and Mala, then that will be so fruitful, with together with Shailen, what he's planning to bring, you, what you're planning to produce, and 1 hour on this, where we actually report the advancement of the project. Now,
Kiran, we can
let's
set
go
up a
around.
chat, Kiran.
Seema, let's go around the screen here for 1 minute, because I've also got an announcement with Dr. Lakshmi, because she was there in Vatican just this weekend. So we want to announce that, and our Dr. Soda won the award for chiropractic. So I want to do that. And then it's okay if we are running 10, 15 minutes late. We want to come back. Mala, you are going to be a very useful instrument, because you are current, you are in with the councils, because the project that we want to do in United Kingdom is already taking place, and you have got direct input in it. So I'll talk to you offline again, and we'll just expand that. Seema, Kiran are already part of that group who is in chat with you. So can you just update them, send everything that you've sent me to them too as well, so they're completely up to date. So we want to now, at Healing Our Earth, the new fashion is now to start bringing project to the end users, or person to person, or conferences, or to the councils or schools. Schools we are very keen with, because if we can get into the curriculum, it may be this year, next year, year after, then we are in a full autonomy of it. So McDonald's are very clever. When they do their advertisement, they hit the children, because children then pester the parents and the grandparents. And so why not? McDonald's wants to give toys to the children, and it's quite rightly so. Although if we can guide them to do slightly better healthy food by putting gentle pressure, because they're too big for us to put pressure. And Mala, again, you are actually involved with the few names that we have mentioned. We will not re-mention them. So see how we can take care of it. And then we bring the parliamentarians of UK people, Italy who are with us, Germany who are with us in our other group, okay, the integrated health group. Maybe it may be the right time, Seema, to involve Kiran, Mala in that group. But I want to keep it separate, because this will be the working group rather than a general group to exchange. And also in comes here the women empowerment. That's what Dr. Lakshmi did this weekend. I'm just going to bring a screen up. So while you three are preparing any points that we want to discuss on this point, so we come to fruition of projects, which we bring it into running as outreach, I just want to say and welcome Dr. Lakshmi. Say hello to our patron here, who is the president of Hindu Forum of Europe, goes around Europe promoting Healing Our Earth, and is always supportive. Dr. Lakshmi, you met the Pope at the Vatican.
Yes.
And here is the picture. Let me share the picture first. And it's with pride that we say that, look, our own Dr. Lakshmi was there. And this was partly to do with a journey that a man and the women that should undertake together. And it was also participating in a dialogue of life, action, theological, spiritual, I think as well, through friendship. And what it was all the women from all over the world with influence they gathered to celebrate the women empowerment. And the beautiful part was our Dr. Lakshmi got to have some sort of influence. So tell us more about it, Dr. Lakshmi.
Thank you, Neil ji, for introducing me into this. Well, this was planned since we were planning this for the last 8 months or so, and it got materialized last week. So I was in Rome I went on Monday and I returned last night. And it was a hectic trip. We were not put up in very great hotels or anything like that, but it was a very simple place in the Vatican City. It was like a hostel, and of course the rooms were very nice, clean, neat, very, very purely white, everything. And the food also that they gave us was very sattvic food, and let me put it in Indian words. It was sattvic, very, very vegetarian, and just freshly cooked food were given to us. And there were women from all over the world. You mean it Japan, be it China, then there is Indonesia, then the MENA region country, the Middle East and the South African countries, all those women, and of course the European women, the UK women, and very few came from United States. But it was, listening to each and every woman about their country and their work was fantastic. Especially, I had a soft corner for the MENA region women. That is, MENA region is Middle East and South Africa. These were the regions, and they have struggled and struggled so much to reach this level and to come to a meeting and talk about what they did in their countries. So it was very, very informative, heartbreaking. At the same time, we've formed a WhatsApp group now, so we will be communicating with each other, and we will try to raise the morale of all these women coming from different parts of the world.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. Thank you very much. Now in March, very beginning of March, we are bringing the women empowerment back again with full force. You will be very useful there because you have actually now outreach with them. And another reason why we are very proud of you. You heard what we did during the live session today. We have set up a motion on a project. I would like to include you in that group. And then if you can get Gianluca and Armananda Swami in Spain, and let us also penetrate the European school authorities in together with what we want to do about integrated health, food sustainability, food health and hygiene, etc. So now there is a mixture of a cross between integrated health and the food here. So you will be part of that as well. I'll guide you further offline on that. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you. While we are at it, Kiran and Seema, our senior anchor, Dr. Soda, was awarded today. And here he is, our chiropractor. He got an award at House of Lords for the World Humanitarian Foundation for his work into human society. So isn't that wonderful? Again, all the Healing Our Earth people are moving into awards and stuff. Whilst talking about that, our Simran Ahuja, the host, is now one of the top anchors at the red carpet interviews of all the Bollywoods. So Healing Our Earth people just moves on and on and on. And Seema, Kiran, and I will bring Mala now. It's time to conclude. And I know, Kiran, we have only covered only 1/4 of your subject. So Seema, you include 1 hour for this conclusion. And that conclusion will also say further outreaches. Now I'm very keen because we want to get into the country, into the education authority, in with projects. not just episodes at healing. So how other departments have started. The Ayurveda is already into the government, which are part of Healing Our Earth, integrated health. Let's bring in the food. So Kiran, you write eloquently, very nicely. So here is your task, a Healing Our Earth paper on food and health. Within that, there will be subsection. Seema, you got to oversee it in your very busy schedule, because the good news about Seema is she's also going to venture into Ayurveda spa and facials and things like that, where within the year she's going to bring in so many facets of that, which is beautiful. Our Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, who is the current president for Hindu Forum of Europe, will also be very instrumental for us to reach into Europe. The contacts are already there. We've got so many members in the HFE. In fact, I think 2 more countries. Dr. Vyas, can you confirm? Because I think 2 more countries are joining from Europe, aren't they?
Yes. What is that? Norway. Norway
Yes.
and Slovenia.
Wow, so that's beautiful. And Slovenia, of course, the ISKCON and the yoga people are part of Healing Our Earth. So what a beautiful thing that we can now multiply. So now is the time to outreach within the healing experts and move into the school, the education and parliamentarians. Now, Kiran, which many people may not know, she also attends in Luxembourg and other places to a different set of people, where I think you ladies should now start getting involved, and maybe either in summer later this year, we all meet up in some European country or something with a retreat, or by next year, definitely we do that. So time for Kiran and Seema to conclude with Mala. Seema, please include 1 hour of this session to do outreach with regarding to the food and the projects, where Mala is going to be very instrumental. So Mala, welcome, and you are now going to be part of a production team, not just a team member of Healing, but a part of a production team, and maybe you can lead the project with outreach with Councils of United Kingdom, okay?
Yep. Happy to help. And during COVID, we made many networks. We're actually nominated during COVID. I was nominated for the Central Government Awards for delivering the COVID project, getting food out to families. So there you go. Good things. We made great networks, and we all had to sit on steering groups and emergency response groups nationally about how we're delivering during COVID. So yeah, there are networks. Happy to help connect abroad as well. I've got networks in America that actually helped me with the surplus food with global retailers. So happy to bring them on board. I've got a final message from my side. If I could give my message.
Sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to say we're all so busy, and everybody's busy in the world. To our global family and everybody listening in, please always remember every day to give thanks and gratitude to our farmers and their workers that grow out the food to feed us daily, to God that sustains us daily, Mother Nature, a good balance of the sun for photosynthesis, which means making out light, good balance of rain that reproduces, replenishes, and feeds us in thirst. With global warming, which is coming in rapidly, let's pray for the elements of nature to give us a good balance of its requirements to sustain us on this earth. If you see what's going on in the world there, we need to pray even harder for a good balance of the natural elements to sustain us and sustain our food systems.
Mala, you said it all. Such a powerful,
Beautiful.
powerful and beautiful message. Thank you for that.
Very impactful. I will certainly focus on that prayer. That was amazing. Thank you for that call to action. Yeah.
You know, and we really need to be conscious of so many things, what we're eating, where our food comes from, how it impacts our world, you know, what we need to do, how much time we have, you know, how can we counteract this? It's a long process. We have done it to ourselves. There's so many greenhouse gas emissions. How can we reduce our carbon footprint? What can be done for the environment? What can be done in relation to what we spoke about? Very, very powerful. Children, educating them on food hygiene, not only nutrition, on food hygiene, making parents more aware. There is so much work to be done, and as Kiran said very powerfully and very sweetly, I hope someone is watching out there, right, Kiran? I have to bring these words up again because you said it so powerfully. So say it again for everybody, please.
I can't remember what I said.
You said it.
I say so many things.
Really,
it's something touches you and it just
we are here to make a change, and we want to make a difference. Each and every one of us wants to make a difference. Yeah,
100%.
As individuals, we can only do this much. But when everybody moves together, you can do so much.
Yeah.
So if anybody's out there watching our session today and whatever we said resonates with you, strikes a chord in your heart, drop us an email, drop us an SMS, come on board, be part of the family, move along with us and help us make the change that you all want to see.
Absolutely. It takes a tiny seed to plant a huge forest. Woohoo, yes. Let's do this.
I can see that Lataji has raised her hand. We have a few minutes left. Maybe she can say something very quick before we close our session for this evening.
Who's unmuting me? Hi, everyone, and bye. Almost time to say bye. So going on from what Marla said, Marla, you're amazing. You've been really wonderful this session. And I just thought continuing from what you said, I'd like to have a take on that is I think we need to also have pray for equality, where the money is to come where the money is needed. Yeah. And when we get that or what do we call it?
The crossroads?
The crossroads, but we said the other word. What was we saying?
Cross-contamination.
Yes. So the cross-financial balancing act will be what we're going to be praying for and asking for the divine energies and, appeal to their hearts and their good side that, it will spread. It will spread. And that's when we can start really seeing the results that we're looking for. And that's what I want to just add.
Your words to God's ears?
Yeah. Endless prayers. Well, he's already heard our prayers because the very fact that we're here today is a prayer in answer. Thanks to Neil bringing it about and bringing these strong, powerful forces together, sitting around a Zoom screen. It's coming together, in women empowerment. I'd like to understand what you actually mean by that, Neil. If you could clarify, because women empowerment is such a big thing. It's such a big umbrella. And so many different sections and segments go into that. Yeah, but I think it's wonderful how it's coming together under this umbrella. Amazing. Well done to all of the team. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lata, for your very kind words. This brings me back as we come to nearing the close of our session now. Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want to see. right?
Mhm.
Everyone wants to see the change. But my question is, how many of us want to be the change? Yeah. So our appeal here, Karen, you'll agree because you're so passionate, and I mean, Mala, you're so passionate, and you both have, I call this so much electricity within yourselves and drives that to empower others to be the change that we want to see. Our appeal here is to all of you who want to be a part of creating that change. Let's move together. The time is now. We don't have time. We don't have time for our future generations. Children actually are suffering these days from anxiety of what the future of the planet is going to be. Is there going to be enough food for them by 2050? The climate crisis is going to be affecting on a much heavier level. The world population is going to be increasing. How are we going to create these changes? These are questions I see as a mother in my children, and my children will probably see in their children, right, Karen?
Absolutely.
So let's
You know,
create.
Seema, you're absolutely right. And our roles as moms is to take care of the children and their great grandchildren and so on and so forth. The harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few.
Yep.
I'll close in that.
Well, absolutely.
Absolutely. The harvest is
Totally
plentiful,
agree.
and the workers are few. That is so strong and so true. So let's all take a pledge today, to become that worker.
Yeah.
To be those hands that can create change. And as I say this, let us all now come to a close for our session for this evening. I want to thank each and every viewer from every part of the globe that's watching us for coming on board with us. What a fantastic session we had today. Very meaningful. Mala, thank you so much for joining us today. You're very inspirational. Karen, as always, so much seva and inspiration from you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, you guys are phenomenal, Mala. You're just full of hope and energy and life. I admire you for that. A deeply courageous woman. Thank you.
And I'll just see if does anybody have any final questions before we sign off for today. Okay, I think we've got it all covered. That means we were really good at what we did. Let's give ourselves a big hand, everybody. Thank you so much.
And to Neil.
And to
our
our founder and
backbone,
director,
right?
Mr. Neil Kumar. Absolutely. Thank you
Backbone.
so much. And to everyone out there who's watching us, if it wasn't for all of you, we all wouldn't be. So as we come to the close of our session, I will be once again saying the Gayatri Mantra 3 times with one Loka Samasta, holding that intention within our hearts for a better, bigger, brighter, greener tomorrow for our children, for the children of tomorrow. Let's take that sankalpa, that wish in our heart. Let's be committed. Let's put all that positive energy out there. Any affirmation, any wish, hold it within your heart. Thank you all very much for being with us this evening, or morning, or afternoon, from wherever in the globe you're connecting to us from. We will close our session with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur-Bhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Tasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur-Bhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur-Bhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bargo devasya dhimahi Diyo yona prachodayat. May all beings on our planet be happy, healthy, joyful, and blissful. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.